Yes.
Good evening. This is the caucus meeting for February 12, 2025. Presiding officer of the council, Milady Tejeda, wishes to advise the audience that notice of this meeting has been filed with the Home News Tribune, the Star Ledger, and posted on the bulletin board in the city clerk's office and on the city's website, indicating that today's meeting is being held in the council chambers, City Hall, 260 High Street at 5:30 p.m., and it's 5:32. And the caucus meeting will follow, the council meeting will follow the caucus and closed session. Council President Tejeda, as a courtesy of the governing body, I will ask all individuals present, including members of the audience, to please turn off all cell phones and electronic devices. Should you need to make a telephone call, please go out in the hallway and speak in a low voice so as not to disturb the ongoing meeting. Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Cruz?
Present.
Councilwoman Morales?
Present.
Councilwoman Peralta?
Present.
Councilman Puccio?
President.
Council President Tejeda?
Present. Topics for discussion. Interview for zoning board of adjustment appointments. We will have the interview first for Christopher Alvarez. Is he here? Come on to the mic, please.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I don't know.
Okay, so we just want you to go over more or less about yourself and why you're looking to be part of this board and your background.
Sure. Little background about myself. Lived my whole life here in Perth Amboy, New Jersey. 33 years old, born and raised. Born here in Raritan Bay Hospital, right? June 30th, 1992. Little background about myself. Professional side. Went to Rutgers University. Ended up graduating in Berkeley College with a degree in international business. Worked for a little bit about a decade and 6 months for Wakefern Food Corporation. There I managed their international business side of non-foods, anywhere around $53 million. Was there for almost 10 years. Held a whole vast of different roles. Eventually left that organization, started my own brokerage or mortgage company. We're based out of Springfield, New Jersey, 140 Mile Side Avenue. Hopefully opening up another office here in Perth Amboy. It's gonna take some time because we have to do our due diligence with the state, get everything we need. My interest in joining the zoning board is obviously like anyone from Perth Amboy, I wanna see the city grow. And I think that board is very instrumental and is very important for the city, especially with some of the decision-making, some of the residential, commercial side of things that need to be done here in town. I own multiple properties myself here within town. Actually bought one again 6 months ago. So I understand some of the zoning laws. I'm not an expert per se, but I think with my analytical policy-making background, I mean, international business is not an easy job to do. Traveled to Turkey, Southeast Asia, doing a whole bunch of business for Wakefern, so I understand policy and regulations. So I think I will be a great candidate for that position for the zoning board. Again, strong analytical skills, policies, and all that good stuff that I'll bring to the table is going to be very important, and my business background is also going to be very important for that position. So yeah, a little bit about myself there. I don't know if you any questions.
Very
For me?
impressive.
Yeah.
Very impressive for your short age. It's nice to see that our born and raised adults now in here are coming back to willing to be giving to the community. Does
Yeah.
anyone?
I do, I have a question.
Sure.
Being that you said that you want to be involved with moving Perth Amboy forward, what is your vision actually for the city? And what do you think you can contribute to as far as ideas?
I personally think, again, being the city by the bay, we have a lot to offer, especially with, you know, our downtown area, our Bay Area, that a lot of cities don't have that, right? You have cities like Woodbridge, Carteret, great cities, right? But we're Perth Amboy, and we have a lot to offer. I think the business background that I have, I can look at things a different way. Obviously, we have new Colombian restaurant right a block away from here. I would love to see that more in the city, right? Maybe if there's an opportunity for that. Again, I'm not involved with the board per se, but I would love to be in it, to sit down, look at things, analyze things. And if it's for the best interest of this community, obviously, there's people here that are here for the council meeting. Um, I would love to see, that grow and that develop within this town. Obviously, there's certain regulations, there's certain things that we, as a whole, right? It's not just a zoning board, but I think everyone involved within the community can sit down and look at and take advantage of the city by the bay that has a lot of offering.
Thank you.
No problem.
Anybody else?
That was a great answer.
Okay.
I just want to make a comment. Congratulations on investing in our town and for all you do. For Perth Amboy, it seems that the longevity within your career and now you starting your other career and hopefully coming back to town is admirable. So why zoning board specifically as your first choice?
Again, me being a mortgage broker, buying property within town, I think it's a great place for me to start, right? Especially in this type of field. I don't want to say I want to jump into the political world right away and do all these things. You got to crawl before you walk and then run, right? So I want to start that way. Start in an area where I know I feel comfortable in. Obviously, knowing the investment side, me, myself, being owner of a few properties here in Perth Amboy, I think that would be a great way to start. And that's why I want to join that board, because I'll be able to bring some of my business, knowledge and background and policy making in order to start there and have some sort of say, right, on some decision making.
Perfect.
Anybody else? No. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank
Thank you
you.
all,
Thank
and good night, everyone.
And later on, we'll make a decision on the appointing the position, and then you'll be, you don't have, you can stay for the whole meeting, but the clerk will let you know.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so now we have Joe Pawolczak. I hope I didn't kill that.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Joe Pavelchuk, just for the
Pavelchuk.
pronunciation
Uh-huh.
purposes.
Okay.
Phonetically, Mr. Green and Amboy, I was Pavelchuk, and it worked every
Thank you.
time. I'm a third generation in town. My grandfather came here in the early 1900s, and we've been here ever since. I've been in the telecom industry. I just had my 41st anniversary, and currently I'm a project manager, but I've worked for Motorola, all the major carriers on different projects, the top engineering firms, Ericsson, Bechtel, and basically it was in cell site development from the first ones that were being built in the early 1990s to today, all the modifications for your 5G that everybody uses all the time now. I've been involved in that throughout my career. I've been to many, many zoning hearings for wireless. And of course, not wireless, the municipalities not being friendly to wireless, we were always at the end of the agendas. So I've heard a lot of different cases requiring variances for everything you could think of. I mean, probably an extension on a tower for the Pillar of Fire radio station out in the Bridgewater area. That one took like 24 months before it was finally approved. So I understand it's not every application is easy, but I've been around it enough to know that you have to play by the rules unless variances are required and the professionals can justify that the variances are necessary, be it height, use, setback, all the types of variances that there are, especially the D variances as opposed to the C variances. And I love to be involved in the town's growth, but my cousin is the city historian, so I think there is also protecting what Perth Amboy has been about through its history. And I think we cannot let go of the past even as we make a better future. And that's pretty much why I'm interested in this position, is I want to make sure that Perth Amboy moves in a great way. Person in front of me had a very good observation about the waterfront area, the city by the bay. Yes, I mean, who hasn't crabbed off those piers? When I was a kid, you could still swim off the beaches. I remember my father taking me out when I was 4 or 5 years old to do that. And, you know, waterfront's been part of our life, and well, the whole town has, really. And any questions?
Same question as I asked the previous gentleman. You want to be involved in the zoning. What is your vision specifically, and what ideas can you contribute to moving Perth Amboy forward?
Well, I can tell you that what my vision isn't. My vision isn't of many, many multi-story buildings popping up like in Jersey City, for instance. I don't think that's the right thing for Perth Amboy. The huge buildings, even it just doesn't fit with the character of the town. I mean, we had that on Stockton Street and other places where those buildings actually came down because they weren't workable. So I think growth, but moderate growth, and you know, the council writes the ordinances. They control the growth, and you know, I don't know who the professional planner is for the city, but you know, planners are a very integral part in managing the growth and making sure that the city's master plan is what the city residents really want. If that answers your question for you.
Thank you.
I had the same question as previously as well. Why zoning as your top priority?
Well, just because I've been exposed to so much of it, and I know it's a tough job. It's a lot of hours, a lot of meetings, but I feel that you can really accomplish something through the zoning board of adjustments. I mean, I've served the city before as a commissioner on a parking authority when we still had a parking authority years ago, and you know, it's time for me to give back. You know, it's time to give back.
Okay,
I had a question.
okay.
So you mentioned growth. What does growth look like to you while also preserving its history?
That's a good question. I mean, anything that's historically preserved, you don't want to put a 7-Eleven or a Quick Check next to something that's historical. So you've got to keep an eye out for mistakes like that. I mean, you don't want that. But on the same token, you've got to look at the land. What's the best purpose for the land? What serves it? Is it served by a development where there's multiple businesses, so you're creating jobs and opportunities for the workforces, and you're providing more services for the people? That's the kind of growth that I'm looking for, to make people's life a little easier.
Thank you.
Anything? I'm good. Okay. I want to thank you for coming up today for the interview and to be interested to give back to the community. I know your background, you know, you have roots in this town, and it's good to see that people want to stay in this town and give back. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Ordinance, public hearing, 5 minutes maximum per speaker per ordinance. Number 1, an ordinance of the City of Perth Amboy to amend an ordinance entitled, an ordinance designating restricted parking spaces for use by handicapped persons. Ordinance number 380-85 and amendments, adopted July 2nd, 1985, also known as Chapter 255A of the Code of the City of Perth Amboy, and this is about addition. Number 2, ordinance of the City of Perth Amboy County of Middlesex, New Jersey, approving the application for a long-term tax exemption and authorizing the execution of a financial agreement with Perth A Urban Renewal LLC for the property located at a portion of Block 131, Lot 1.03, Block 135, Lots 1.01, 2, 2.04, and 3 through 28. Block 137, Lots 1, 1.01, 2, and 2.01, Block 138, Lot 1, Block 139, Lots 8 through 11. 14, 19, and 21 through 23. Block 140, lots 1.01, 1.03, 1.04, 2.01, 2.02, 2.03, 2.04, 2.05, 2.06, 3, 3.01, and 4, and Block 236, Lot 1, 1.01, 2, and 12. 304 Front Street, 390 Front Street, property located on Front and Commerce Street, 38 Commerce Street, 393-395 Rector Street, 47 Broad Street, 402-406 High Street, 56 Fayette Street, 385 Rector Street, 362 High Street, 366-376 High Street, and 34 Broad Street on the tax maps of the city of Perth Amboy. Agenda, public comment, citizen,
Just wanted to interject, would there be a presentation or is there a representative?
no, there was no presentation schedule.
Okay. Is there somebody here as a representative to just give an overview,
Okay.
please? Representative, so that way we can just have an overview for ordinance number 2.
Do we have somebody coming up today from the last one?
Okay. We could have it at the public
at the end
hearing.
later?
We can have it at the public meeting, public hearing. Okay. Agenda, public comment. Citizen may address the council on any matter on the agenda which does not have its own scheduled public hearing. Citizens shall be permitted to speak once for a maximum of 5 minutes. Reports. Fallon Barczewski, tax collector, submitted the monthly report of collections for the month of December 2024. Suplee, Clooney and Company LLC CPA report of audit of the Perth Amboy Redevelopment Agency for years ended June 30, 2024 and 2023. Jill A. Goldie, CFO Controller, submitted the following investment reports for the month of December 2024. Revenue and appropriation status report as of December 2024. Current fund, water, wastewater utility, parking utility, Harborside Marina utility. Ordinance, first reading, no public discussion. An ordinance of the City of Perth Amboy to amend an ordinance entitled an ordinance designating restricted parking spaces for use by handicapped persons. Ordinance number 380-85 and amendments. Adopted July 2nd, 1985, also known as Chapter 255 of the Code of the City of Perth Amboy. And this is about deletions. Number 2, an ordinance of the City of Perth Amboy to amend an ordinance entitled an ordinance designated restricted parking spaces for use by handicapped persons, ordinance number 380-85 and amendments, adopted July 2nd, 1985, also known as Chapter 255 of the Code of the City of Perth Amboy. And this is about amendment. Number 3, an ordinance to amend an ordinance entitled Vehicles and Traffic, ordinance number 194-78, as amended adopted September 19, 1978, also known as Chapter 414 of the Code of the City of Perth Amboy, and this is about parking near driveways. Resolution R-67-225, authorizing a tax assessor and special tax counsel to settle tax appeals for a refund to $5,000 and to institute counterclaims on behalf of the city of Perth Amboy for 2025. R-68-225, authorizing a refund in the amount of $75 to Edwin Arlequin, a tenant, for the return of his key deposit for 2 keys with the Perth Amboy Harborside Marina. R-69-225, authorizing the Perth Amboy Police Activity League, PAL, to host the 3rd annual carnival to be held on Wednesday, July 2nd through Sunday, July 6th, 2025, at the Robert Willens Athletic Field in First Street and Sadowski Parkway. R-72-25, authorizing a contract with All American Ford for the purchase of 2 rescue support vehicles under NJCPA bid number BC-bid-24-43 co-op number CK04 in the amount not to exceed $152,482 with 56 cents.
Council President, is
Yes.
the chief here? I just wanted to.
Yeah, the chief.
Good evening. Sorry, I didn't hear the question. I was standing there.
Okay.
No, I
This is
didn't ask
about
it. Yeah, the contract with All American Ford for the purchase of 2 rescue support vehicles.
Correct.
What is that going to be?
Well, one's a Ford F-250 quad cab. That's the vehicle. We have our plow for plowing our property and also going to emergency scenes. There's also our diesel fuel truck that has a diesel tank on the back to fill the apparatus at fire scenes in the boat. And the current one it's replacing is going on 21 years old, and the body's starting to rust through. So that vehicle, I showed to Councilman
know.
Puccio. It might have a second life at DPW as a garbage collection truck, but it's for us, we've outused its purpose. And the second one's replacing a 22-year-old vehicle. It's a heavy-duty Ford F-450 quad cab truck with a utility body that tows all of our trailers and also transportates firefighters to and from need be.
Okay, sounds like it's very much needed then.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, we're almost at the end of replacing all 20-year-old vehicles. There's one more that's going to be probably in the next month. And we're going to be good with the auxiliary trucks for probably 5 to 6 years. So this is
Okay.
the last couple of the oldest vehicles in the fleet.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Ms. Butch, you want to say something about your visit?
Well, all I could say is that, he's absolutely right. Those vehicles need to be replaced. They're very important vehicles, and they come in handy. And just even the pickup with the snowplow, they do their own snow plowing. That frees up Public Works to do whatever they need to do without having to reroute to take care of the firehouse. They take care of it themselves.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
also, like during snowstorms, knock on wood, we don't really get them anymore. But like if we have units assigned for first responders, so if there's a medical call, we'll ride out the pickup truck with 2 firefighters. So if there is a heavy snowstorm at DPW can't get there, we're assisting getting an ambulance to the scene. So it's a lot of multi-purpose stuff.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
perfect, thank you.
R-71.
Council President?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just wanted to, Mr. Green, are you able to elaborate just on ordinance number 3? I know initially a resident had reached out in terms of the Franklin Park Drive and safety and speeding, and I know there has been, yes.
Oh, number 3, about the parking
Yes,
near
yes.
driveways?
Yes.
Okay.
Chief, ordinance number 3, you can sit here. Ordinance number 3 with parking near the driveways and how we're amending it.
Yeah.
Yes, what this is going to do is we've received a lot of complaints about parking and so forth out there. We've done a lot of things. We've put some no parking here to corner signs. We've got some radar signs up there and so forth. We've trying to address all the parking issues up there. And what we've seen, not only there, but we have gotten from other parts of the city, is everyone complaining about people parking right on the driveways, right at the edge of the driveways. So if it's a tight driveway and you're trying to pull out, you got a tight street, or a larger vehicle, it's a little difficult to back out of your driveway and be seen and so forth. So with one of the residents that brought up this situation, they found out that Woodbridge had an ordinance. We reviewed Woodbridge ordinance. We reviewed other municipalities around us. No one else has it, but Woodbridge does. And they have a 16-inch grace period, basically, from the edge of their driveway. It's improper, illegal to park within 16 inches of that. So that's what we're looking to bring here to assist people getting in and out of their driveways. It would start, of course, with education because it's new. So we'd have, if you were to approve this, we'd have to put that out there. We'd get the information out, we'd get it on social media and so forth. And then the first steps would be to issue warnings for those particular things for a period of time. And then we'd go into the enforcement if it was repeat offenders.
Gradually, as it's.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that
Since he's-
makes quite sense. This is for both residential and commercial?
That's correct, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And since you're there,
Sure.
can you elaborate on ordinance number 1?
That was about deleting some,
I just want him to,
about the deletion of,
Oh, handicap parking
Handicap.
spaces?
yeah.
Yes, there's many occasions there we need to do deletions. That's, we have an officer that's been going out and doing many of those. As a matter of fact, I think it's around 290 plus in the last couple of months that have gone through and deleted, whether it be things that are in the city ordinance that are no longer needed, or signs that were up that were maybe not on city ordinance, and also going through things that were never renewed and may have slipped or fallen through the cracks and so forth. So a good number of those handicap spots have been reduced citywide, and they're going to continue to do that way. Tied in with that is another ordinance which is on also for the, like we did with the permit parking, we went electronic method and so forth. That's basically the same thing we're looking to do also with handicap, so that every year people are providing their documents. Because it could be if someone were to, depending on what time frame they were able to fall into, they could get the handicap spot and then either move out of town or unfortunately pass away, and they could have that spot for up to 3 years. By the time it would fall into there and so forth. Minimum of 2 could be up to 3 years that they would have that spot and not necessarily have anyone park there, or maybe their family are improperly parked there. So we're looking to streamline that so that every year we get a re-up on it, and that we know, and it's all done electronically. Nobody needs to come in here anymore or provide any documents. It could be all done online.
Okay.
and I would like you, just for the public, because I know we asked this question to you when we were doing the agenda prep, about the concern that we have about seniors having problems doing the online, and what other way you have for people to
System.
to do that if they have problem.
Sure, yes, we
doing
have
that.
several ways. Clearly, the Office on Aging does a great job. On a regular basis, they have computer classes, things like that there. We know our city library clearly has, always has computers available to them and so forth if someone were not to have a computer. This can be done by your handheld phone, take a picture of the document, send it in and so forth. If the skills were needed to be there and they may have access to the media or the way to do it but not understand how to do it, then it can, of course, visit the parking utility over at the 151 Jefferson Street, and the staff there will walk them through the process and how to do that and get them and how to upload the documents. We've had experience with this with the permit parking, the monthly permit parkings, and also residential parkings, which we do have a lot of senior citizens to take advantage of that for the area by the hospital and so forth, where we have the residential parking. And a couple people came in, they had to have their sons or daughters or grandsons, granddaughters, help them out with it and so forth. But that's been well over a year now. We're already past every month, been getting that and have been through the renewals. So that's worked out pretty well. And again, same thing there. They can always come down to the parking utility office. We have a computer right there, and the staff will go through all of that with them right there if that's needed. So we have many, many different ways to be able to tackle that if that were a technology-worthy issue.
You might as well stay there because
Okay.
something else is coming up. R71-225, authorizing a contract with Paramus Ford, Inc. for the purchase of 2024 Ford F-450 Super Duty 4x4 regular cab XTL with Jerdan MPL and G body and accessories through Bergen County Co-op BC-24-43, Co-op number CK04, and the amount not to exceed $107,974.20 Also R72, and maybe you want to speak about both of them. 225, authorizing a contract with Paramus Ford Inc. for the purchase of 2024 Ford F-350 Super Duty SRW 4x4 Crew Cab with options through the Bergen County Co-op BC-24-43 Co-op number CK04 in the amount not to exceed $66,049.80. And maybe you want to explain what that's going to, I know Mr. Puccio visited you and went over it, but just for the public, what that's going to replace or how those are the vehicles that you're getting for your
Right,
department.
I was actually in a question, what is this going to be used for?
Sure. These two vehicles will be replacing, just like the chief mentioned earlier with some aging vehicles that he have. These are replacing two pickup trucks that are 1992, 3-ish or so. That's in use now with our fleet maintenance division, our garage personnel. And on those vehicles, they have not only a plow, they also have a wheel lift vehicle to move some of the vehicles around and so forth around, if they were to stall out around the headquarters and that type of thing, as well as a gas tank, like the chief mentioned. He has diesel. We have more of our vehicles are gasoline, so we have both gas and diesel, but this would be for diesel, a gasoline tank on the back of the truck and to assist. And then we also do that in the marine division for getting the gasoline and diesel to our boats and so forth. So it's going to be pickup trucks that are basically going to do the same thing to replace those two pickup trucks.
One is a 2024 Ford F-50. Why is one?
A 450, yes, and the other is
Yes,
350,
is that
yes.
just one truck?
One truck, yes, is a 450, the other is a 350, yes.
Why would it be, why is the price
Well, 450 is a
107?
much larger vehicle, and it handles much larger weight, and it has that wheel lift, like I mentioned on it, so it has the apparatus on that already, which is, the other one is a, for the most part, a basic pickup truck type of thing with some enhancements, but basically a pickup truck, the F-350.
And these are replacing older vehicles that we have?
Yeah,
Or is it,
Yes, they're 1993, 94 or so, 2, 3, or 4 pickup trucks. I can get the exact year for you if you want, but they're early 90 pickup trucks.
okay,
Okay? Everyone is good?
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. R-73-225, authorizing submission of an application to the Elizabeth Gas First Responder Grant Program in the amount of $3,790.50 for the purchase of 150 tourniquets. R-74-225, authorizing an extension of the agreement with the Middlesex County Office of Human Services to continue services of the Youth Mentoring Program through December 31st, 2025, with an increase of funding in the amount of $5,000. R-75-125, authorizing initiation of competitive contracting for kayak rental services. R-76-225, amending Resolution R-428-1024, accepting the bid and awarding a contract for the laboratory services for the Runyon Water Treatment Plant, drinking water sampling and analysis to Eurofins Eaton Analytical LLC in the amount not to exceed $128,792.
Can we elaborate on this amendment, please?
Yes, Mr. Jimenez here?
Perez?
Perez?
Mr. Perez is here.
But this is required by state DEP. This is testing that's mandated. So it's a contract that we had to get, of course, to make sure our drinking water is safe. This is mandatory testing that's required.
Okay, but it says here accepting a bid. Were there,
I
the
mean, the
bid?
listing of the bids.
Yeah, it's amending the resolution from previous.
Okay,
What's being
Jill
amended?
has it.
Good evening, council. This bid was already awarded previously.
Oh,
All
it's
this
just
resolution
amending
is
it.
doing is changing the funding source
Okay,
for the money
yeah, I
to
remember
be
now.
used for the
Yes,
bid.
okay,
So
we went
just
over that.
changing the funding source,
Yeah,
not the
because it's an
amount.
That's all it's doing. So we had certified funds from a different source previously, and then other monies were reallocated from another project and we want to use those funds to pay for this as opposed to the previous funding source that we were
Okay,
using.
thank you. I forgot all
Thank you.
about that.
And the testing is required.
Yes, no, the testing I understand, but, okay. R 77-225, authorizing acceptance of the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant, fiscal year 2024 local solicitation in the amount of $104,432. That's every year.
What is that going to be used for, that grant?
We don't see that whole 104,000. This is the grant that we basically administer between all of the different municipalities around this, Woodbridge, Edison, New Brunswick. So it's, Woodbridge, Edison, well, 4 of us, and it's broken down. The money is broken down by the amount of crime and so forth. And I'm happy to say, if you will, our solicitation, our actual money went down because our crime did, and the other municipalities are up. So that's why they got more money and we got less. So in one way, okay, we're losing some money, but I guess for a good reason in that particular way. And this is done by the federal government. They're the ones who assign that money and so forth. So that's going to be used for computer equipment as well as our community policing unit for some things for their children and for National Night Out and those types of things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
R 78-225, accepting a grant for from Middlesex County through the Arts Institute of Middlesex County for the fiscal year 2025 Arts Grant in the amount of $17,000. R 79-225, designating certain properties identified within blocks 58, 59, 60, 61, 122, 123, 124, 125, and 126 on the city's tax map, which properties are bounded by Fayette Street, State Street, and Market Street as an area in need of rehabilitation pursuant to the local redevelopment and housing law, NJSA 48, column 12A-1. R 80-225, rectifying the memorandum of agreement between the City of Perth Amboy and the Perth Amboy Fire Officers Association, FMBA Local 258, and approving a collective negotiations agreement for the period of January 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2028. R 81-225, consenting to the appointment of Rose B. Morales to the Perth Amboy Redevelopment Agency for a term expiring on December 31st, 2025. R 82-225, authorizing emergency and temporary appropriation to extend the calendar year 2025 temporary budget in the amount of $184,480. R 83-225, authorizing the City of Perth Amboy to execute the renewal of the shared services agreement with the Perth Amboy Redevelopment Agency for a period of 1 year pursuant to the Shared Services Act. R 84-225, consenting to the appointment of Rafael Tafur to the Rent Leveling Board for a 2-year term expiring December 31st, 2026. R 85-225, authorizing submission of an application to the Middlesex County Area Plan Contract for Socialization and Recreation of Older Adults in the amount of $50,000. R 86-225, declaring the City of Perth Amboy a stigma-free community and supporting mental health awareness initiatives. R 87-225, supporting publishing legal nurses on official government websites. And we have communications. Some more communications. Closed session. Should we have a closed session for the interview? So that will be personnel.
Personnel?
R 66-225, authorizing a closed session at the February 12, 2025 council meeting to discuss personnel matter. I need a motion.
Move it.
Second.
Councilwoman Cruz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Morales?
Yes.
Councilwoman Peralta?
Yes.
Councilman Puccio?
Yes.
Council President Tejeda?
Yes. Public portion, 5 minutes maximum per speaker. I need a motion to open to the public.
Move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Against? It's open.
Ken Bauer, 359 Brook Ave. This is amazing. We're gonna give a 35-year pilot to a billionaire. He can't use his money. Donald Trump's son-in-law, Donald Trump, who I've seen every Democrat in front of the cameras complaining what he's doing to the Board of Education or Education Department in Washington. And there's not a penny for any of the children. You laid off 67 employees, I believe, last year. You have kids walking in that cold weather and in the snow to schools. But you don't care about that because you've given away millions of dollars that should go to the school system. Now, are we going to raise taxes in this budget? And is the school system going to raise taxes in this next budget? Any question?
We
See,
don't have the budget yet.
I see you don't have the budget yet. So you're going to vote on a pilot not knowing that if you got to raise taxes. So you're going to give somebody a pilot not knowing if you're going to raise taxes. Now, rumors out there that you're broke and you need money. You already see what's going on in Washington. You're not going to get it. But his son-in-law and the president is deporting immigrants. You guys are the new Republicans. You appointed a broker for your insurance thing as a conservative. You're now giving a conservative guy a pilot. Didn't you listen to Joe Biden when he says, everybody pay your fair taxes? What happened to that? No, it didn't happen to that. You were making the Assembly President and the Assemblywoman Lopez the heroes. Because they're the ones that are doing this. You know the county approved this. This law firm who negotiated this thing is the county's law firm. So they must be in support of this. So the Hispanic children, the white law firm, the big white guy in the White House, but the Hispanic children are not getting a penny. Where's their money coming from? And are you going to raise the taxes? Are you going to raise taxes after giving this guy a pilot for 35 years? 35. Not 25, not 20, 35. This is incompetency. This is incompetency in the county. This is incompetence in the city hall. I mean, just because this is McGreevy's butt buddy, and if you read his book, it's all in there of how much money he donated to the McGreevy administration and McCabe, who's McGreevy's Irish mafia guy, and it's in his book, clearly, straight out. This is the only reason this is happening. This is for 2006. The county took care of Kushner when these people sued him by changing the judge at the last moment. He built garbage over there. He's going to build garbage again. And you know what? We're going to only have 17 children. We're only going to have 17 children in 602 apartments. I got a bridge to sell you. This law firm will sell you whatever they want because they're making $250,000. When is it going to stop? If you don't know what the budget is and you don't know if we're going to raise taxes, how do you approve a 35-year pilot? Explain that. And if you don't know, if she doesn't know, not being anything but Jill, that you don't know that you might have to raise taxes because there's a shortfall, or the Board of Education doesn't know whether they're going to raise taxes now, that's an incompetency. We're already 6 weeks into a budget cycle. 6 weeks. And if you don't know you've got problems, and you're not going to admit it now, how can you give somebody a pilot? Explain it to me, because I don't understand it. 35 years. Yeah, he's going to give you money up front. No money for the children. So you're going to raise the taxes. So the taxes is going to be your fault when the taxes go up. Kushner, the billionaire, he's going to have fun. You got people from the building trades, people that live in here. He does garbage work, complete garbage work. The unions don't want it, and you Democrats all said you're union. You're all for the union. You ain't for the union. You're here because McGreevy's butt buddy wants a pilot, and you guys
Can
don't
you
have
keep
the
it
guts
clean,
to say no.
please?
What?
Can you keep it clean, please?
That's clean. But what's that? I just heard
Okay.
Democrats use the F word 50 times today
But not
on
here.
TV.
But not here.
But not
Thank you.
here. Oh, wait, no.
Anybody else?
Butt buddy is nothing.
Good evening, members of the council, council president. Ken Gonzalez, 110 High Street, Perth Amboy, New Jersey. For starters, I'm just going to comment aloud to the fact that Councilwoman Cruz asked aloud, hey, are we going to have a presentation from Kushner? I think that was a valid and a logical question to ask. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Get closer to the mic.
I'm talking right into it. Can you hear me? All right. So once again, the question was with regards to the fact that there was a presentation asked for by Councilwoman Cruz, and I was somewhat surprised that there's nobody here from Kushner to speak on their behalf, when obviously there's a room full of people who are deeply concerned about what's going to be voted on tonight. But I'm going to address 3 quick points, and the council's heard me say this before, but I really feel they are worth commenting on. I've spoken to some of the council members with regards to why is it that you guys are voting on this, and one person said, look, this has been voted on by a redevelopment agency, it's been approved. We feel like at this point we have no choice because it's all pretty much done. But at the end of the day, folks, you are the check and balance to make sure that this is a good deal or not a good deal. There's nothing that says the council has to approve a 35-year pilot. You have a contractual relationship with the Kushners, unfortunately, to help them, let them, buy this property, hopefully develop it, but in a way that's going to be good for Perth Amboy. If the only viable way they can develop this project is with a 35-year pilot, otherwise supposedly they're not going to make any money, then something's wrong with the proposal they've given to you, and you need to send it back to them and say, give us something that's going to be good for our community. Because if any of you 5 have any concerns with this project, please, please, please exercise your discretion and vote no to this pilot, because you absolutely do have the right. Point number 2, let's assume for a nanosecond that this deal is a good deal, which I don't believe. Why does it have to be with the Kushner Group? We understand they have a bad reputation with Perth Amboy. They've done bad before. We know all about the landings. Years ago, I sat in those chairs, as did former Council President Ballot, and we listened to the public coming to us complaining about the Kushner project, knowing that they have such a bad reputation, not to mention also, and that's old history. More recently, just 2 years ago, the Attorney General of Maryland ended up having sued them, and they ended up paying out millions of dollars in penalties due to apartment buildings they bought over there. They have a poor reputation, and we know of it directly. Why on earth are we, and I'll give you guys cites to that if you like, because I'm not making it up. This is recent information. The other thing is, instead of doing buildings, why on earth can't we do houses? Listen, we're talking right now about allowing a billionaire to build up a huge 602 apartments. Instead of doing that, let's build beautiful houses on our waterfront area if we have to build something. Listen, I'm a real estate attorney. I've mentioned this to you before. There's a huge desire for new housing stock in all of Middlesex County. Wouldn't it be great to build beautiful houses that we could allow people, individual people, to buy, live in for a generation, and then when they're ready, sell, and let them make a profit. Let them buy into the American dream instead of us giving our money to the Kushner Group. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Jane Whitkin, 37 Lewis Street in Perth Amboy. I'm a member of the Perth Amboy Historic Preservation Commission. While we are a board with advisory power only, our enabling ordinance tasks us with attempting to preserve the visible remains of Perth Amboy's architectural, cultural, and industrial history. I have been a commission member for less than a year. However, I grew up in Perth Amboy, as did my parents. My husband and I moved back to Perth Amboy 2 years ago, and we're living in a house built in the 1800s, which has remained in my family since it was purchased by my grandfather in 1938. I've spoken at numerous city council, para, and planning board meetings over the last 7 months in support of the nomination by the HPC of the former police headquarters for landmark status. I will not repeat those comments at length, but I will say that if you vote this evening to approve the ordinance before you, you will be making an extraordinarily craven decision. I would like to define the word craven. You probably know what it means, but I'll say it for the general public. It means contemptibly lacking in courage and means cowardly. The HPC has repeatedly asked this council, its attorney, Mr. Opal, Mayor Kaba and his aides, para, and the planning board, why and when the rehabilitation of the police headquarters was removed from the supposedly unchangeable, inviolable, 20-some-odd-year-old purchase agreement with the Kushner companies, when the concept plans rendering remain to this day on the city's website. We have never received a straight answer, and I'd like one. Maybe not tonight, but I'd like one. We have offered to have an eminent preservation architecture firm perform a feasibility study with their $3,000 fee to be paid from our meager budget. We have been rebuffed. We have identified sources of remediation and rehabilitation funding to turn the headquarters into a community facility. What happened to the study done by the late Jack Dudas? Why have you not listened to John Dyke and Gordon Bond, not only about the headquarters, but also about the Thomas Mundy Peterson home site? By the way, why has the HPC not yet been asked to contribute to writing a historic element in the new master plan? Why is there no coordinated effort to include all relevant parties in planning for the next year's 250th anniversary of the founding of our country, with Perth Amboy as an important player? On a tangentially related topic, why was a study presented to the planning board in January by Mr. Kurzenberger proposing an area in need of rehabilitation when there seems to have been no coordination with CME, which is in the midst of creating a new master plan for the city? Of course, the homes and commercial properties in this proposed AINR, not to be confused with an area in need of what? Redevelopment. This is rehabilitation. There's a difference. Of course, they're over 50 years old. Was there any care taken in establishing the boundaries of this area, where the majority of the residences are well maintained and where the downtown commercial structures might benefit from a relatively simple design ordinance, where facade improvement grants and tax incentive programs might be useful? What kind of urban planning are you truly doing when you destroy our city's heritage in favor of warehouses and apartment complexes of dubious necessity and dubious distinction? I was horrified when at the August council meeting, a planning board member, who I understand is also a condominium owner at Landings 1, spoke in favor of Landings 2, stating that there would be no impact on the city's school system, since people who could afford the rent at Landings 2 surely wouldn't dare send their children to our public schools. Please vote against this ordinance, or at the very least, table it, so that the newest member of the council, Ms. Peralta, has time to educate herself regarding the history of the Landings project specifically and the Kushner companies in general. Don't succumb to the party line in fear of a lawsuit the Kushners might bring. I hope that 602 more luxury rental units won't be built instead of building critically needed affordable housing, or at the very least, having true code enforcement for existing housing. Let's not fold our tents yet. Thank you.
Thank you. You can lift.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. Thank you for your time.
My name is Tyrone Shields, 280 Palisade Avenue, Cliffside Park, New Jersey. I am here to address Agenda Item 2 regarding to the transfer of land and approval of a 35-year term tax exemption for the Kushner Company's five-story buildings, apartments, and condominiums project. Redevelopment projects must be a benefit to the community, and I do not believe this project will benefit the working men and women of Perth Amboy. There are no guarantees that the housing they build will be affordable to our community, or that the 180 jobs they promise during construction will be quality employment for working families in town. I am a union construction worker and understand that a career in the trades is possible when employers have committed to decent wages and employer-paid health care. I can afford to raise my family because many construction employers in New Jersey have made and keep this commitment. Kushner Companies does not maintain this standard. Kushner has used irresponsible and unscrupulous subcontractor Concrete Rising on 3 past projects in New Jersey. Concrete Rising and its subcontractors have a history of safety problems and wage and hour violations. In April 2023, the New Jersey Department of Labor issued a stop work order against Concrete Rising in Jersey City for unpaid wages. Concrete Rising settled the complaint, agreeing to more than $500,000 in back wages, fees, and penalties for violations against 181 workers. That's 181 workers. They are now apparently debarred from public work. Additionally, Thomas Bertoli, a principal of Concrete Rising, was convicted of tax crimes and is currently serving a 3-year probation. We do not need Kushner bringing employers like Concrete Rising to this community. I thank you for your time tonight and urge you not to approve the proposed land transfer, 35-year tax exemption, or financial agreement, this pilot, until Kushner Companies commits to wage standards. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Nick Ziri from the Landings. I've been here a long time. I went through the whole first episode with Kushner. He is a fellow who will do anything for his own dollars and not do anything for the community. What he did from day one, 18 years ago, was he promised to build 22 buildings. The Bayview and the Landings were 2 of them. We've never seen another building built. The reason he pulled out of this thing, I guess about 2008, was he said the economy was poor. It didn't make any sense for him to go invest into building these structures with a poor economy and no sales available. False. What he did was he took his money away from Perth Amboy and bought a building in Manhattan, the top of the 6th building. I don't know if you're aware of what that building is. It's a skyscraper. He bought that property with money that he should have invested into finishing his project here. Instead, however he got out of it, he just walked away from it, and the township at that point gave him their goodwill. He is an unscrupulous kind of an individual who'll do anything as long as it's good for Kushner. If you look through his history and you find out everything he's built in New Jersey or Maryland or wherever, not bought, but built. Problems in construction, problems in roofing, problems in no sheeting, problems in window installation. With the Landings, we've had a lot of investigation take place on the structure, and we found faulty construction jobs. We found people who just didn't do the job, and he is totally responsible. He likes to point the finger to his contractors, but he is totally responsible. That's why when the Landings, a group of us sued him, and we won the case. But the bottom line is, winning a case is one thing. Giving this man an opportunity to do this over and over and over again is bad for us. We've made poor judgments. I like the comment from the first gentleman that came up here and said, why are we feeling everything has to be done with Kushner? He's proved to be a shoddy builder. He's proved to not fulfill his promises. He's proved that he is only interested in himself and he'll walk away from anything and let us sue him for it. That's his answer. I got more money than they have. Let them sue me. They'll get tired. We don't need to do business with a guy like that. We don't need to have him involved in construction again. Couple of things about the waterfront in front of the Bayview and in front of the Admiral. At one point, we had those big floods, okay? And the water just rose up right into the Admiral and right into the Bayview, 4 or 5 feet inside these buildings. What makes us think that we can now build on the front of the property? We find that at one point they said no more construction will ever take place there because it's too risky. There's too many problems that can occur. Now, I hear about him improving the bulkheads and improving the 4-foot wall. What good is a 4-foot wall when you had water come all the way up into the Bayview and the Admiral? What good is a 4-foot wall going to do when there's ventilation every 12 or 14 feet? So there's a flow of water in and out. You're just slowing the process, but the damage will still be there. I don't understand why he is even contemplating getting permission from us and why we are giving it to him. At one point, before they said that the storm prevented them from doing anything, he planned on a little park in front, a park for the children, some sort of a recreational community. Now he wants to put up buildings. Once again, what makes us think he's going to complete the building properly, as he's never done? All you have to do is go through his history, and I don't know if you've done that, but go through his history and the different places that he built and see the kind of problems they've had and the suits that were filed against him. That's number one. Number two is he's just a wrong individual. He's a guy we should have no faith in. We should laugh him out of any situation where he even tries to give us an application. He has proved to be shoddy and unworthy. And that's my comment on him.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hello, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
My name is Lana Seidman. I live at 368 Rector Street, unit number 213 at the Bayview, at the landings. And I just was curious to know if you are aware that both the Admiral and the Bayview do not have a C of O yet on our properties because of the lack of completion to this day, almost 20 years later, those buildings have been built. We are, I'm on the board of the Bayview. I've been a board member since December of 2021, and almost every board meeting and every conversation through all of our management companies is, where is our C of O? Where is Kushner's responsibility in completing the construction of our building, which the units that they still own are not completed, and we do not have a C of O almost 20 years later. I just was curious, are you aware of that?
Go ahead, continue with your comments.
Okay. Well, if you are aware of it, to me that's a little concerning that we're giving another project to a developer who doesn't see their projects through, who doesn't address what the issues are. There are homeowners in our buildings, both the Admiral and the Bayview, that have water leaks, water damage, all because of the faulty construction. So it has nothing to do with wear and tear or anything. The balconies that they built, the water is seeping in through those balconies. And it's not something that just happened, it's something that's happened over the past 8 years that we've been addressing, even maybe more. And to think that they're gonna come and develop more property that they're saying is going to be, I believe I saw someplace saying that it would be low rents or not these rents that in Woodbridge they're getting for $3,500 a month for a 1-bedroom. Supposedly they're supposed to be affordable housing units, not low income, but affordable housing units. And I don't know what the guarantee that that's going to happen and what the determination is of what exactly is considered affordable rentals. Because for them to come in and make millions of dollars on our dime, your whole community's dime, and mental health and everything else that's gone along with it over the past 20 years is absolutely ludicrous. I can't understand it. But I really believe that there's some information that you should find out about from the Department of Buildings, from the fire department, from whoever else has something to do with the inspections of our buildings. I think you need to do a little bit more diligence in understanding what is going on, and maybe even meeting with the boards of both of our buildings and understanding what exactly it is that you are getting people into when they are going to live in one of those houses. I'm not sure you actually know, because it's not good. And there's a lot of people that have spent a lot of money trying to make their buildings whole because of what they've done. And I think you should look into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Christine Cooley. I live at 368 Rector Street, Unit 418. My name is Christine Cooley. I live at 368 Rector Street, Unit 418. So I also live in the Bayview condos, originally built by Kushner. I moved here 2 years ago, and I've really enjoyed my peaceful life by the water, watching the boats go by. But today my heart is heavy thinking about the corrupt construction company who is trying to convince the government of this beautiful town to build 602 units along its tranquil waterfront. Overpopulation for the benefit of corporate greed is very apparent in New Jersey. I see new construction everywhere, and Perth Amboy seems to be no different now. As we deal with extremes in weather, fires, and other environmental issues due to global warming, it breaks my heart that saving open spaces isn't considered as a priority. The land could have been a beautiful extension of Thomas Mundy Peterson Park along the waterfront for children to play and dogs to be walked. Or if something has to be built, as Ken Gonzalez said, why can't it be individual homes? Instead, more shoddily constructed apartments, which adds to overpopulation. Can the schools even handle more students? It seems like a far way to walk for the kids. Has the CSO infrastructure even been looked at? The waterfront already smells like sewage after a heavy rainfall. Have traffic studies even been completed? There are already long lines of traffic at the stop sign at High Street and Buckingham Avenue. Adding 602 units doesn't just add 602 people and cars. It could add more than double that. I feel like there are more sustainable options than choosing corporate greed. The qualities of life of your residents are in your hands. I implore you to please make the right decision. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
So many people. We're going to be here all night. Hi, Liz Sanchez. I live at 358 Rector Street, Unit 321. Actually have units at the Bayview and the Admiral. And I just want to let you guys know that I don't think you should approve the tax abatement. As you know, they took busing away from the kids this year. So that money could go to help for busing, as well as many other things in the community. A $200 million project, who needs a tax exemption for that? They don't need that. As well, they are shoddy builders, as everyone here is going to tell you tonight. I am the board president at the Admiral, and I can tell you we've spent $140,000 trying to fix their issues in less than 2 years, and we're nowhere near complete. We're talking about water problems. You name it, we have every kind of problem there is there. Like Lana said, we don't have a CO. Can you buy a house in this city without a CO? A condo, just one unit.
Over here.
But you could do a whole building without a CO. Maybe you get a temporary CO, 6 months, 18 months, but 18 years? Come back and finish it. They could come back. I can show them what needs to be done in our building, because we talk with the fire department on a weekly basis, trying to get the correct amount of sprinkler lines to go through the building in case there's a problem with the building. And we're paying for that now. Why? They own property. They don't even pay their HOA dues. They owe us over $300,000. Give me the $300,000 and I could fix the building that you sold to us that was broken. And you're going to let them come back here and build more of that? Apparently, you're looking for the building to cave in like the one in Florida, because that's what's going to happen.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Stephanie Brasida, 274 Davidson Avenue.
Louder. Louder, because.
Stephanie Brasida, 274 Davidson Avenue. I'm here to talk about the 35-year pilot and the destruction of our historic resources. The old police station should be rehabilitated and reused, and an archaeological dig should take place at the Thomas Mundy Peterson house site for potential artifacts related to Thomas Mundy Peterson. Since the agreement hasn't apparently changed since it was tabled last year, and since no one ever discusses anything out loud or rarely answers, I can only imagine that none of the funding alternatives I've spoken about has been shared or even discussed. And for anyone who's looking for the proposal, the current proposal of the Kushner project, it's buried in the June 26, 2024 meeting agenda online. So I'm taking this opportunity to read my funding alternatives out loud here so that anyone who wishes to consider or take note of it does so, and so that our historic resources are protected. There are funding alternatives to many of the amenities which are currently included in Kushner's plans, and they include the following: using HUD CDBG funds, public facilities funds, to cover the cost of rehabilitation of the station, of the old police station, using New Jersey Economic Development Authority Hazardous Discharge Site Remediation Fund to help reduce the cost of site remediation for the project, which is estimated to be $2 million, using NJ Department of Environmental Protection Green Acres project to create the dog park and playground, using NJDP shore protection funds to cover the cost of the bulkhead, using the Perth Amboy Historic Preservation Commission's annual budget to create a plaque/monument dedicated to Thomas Mundy Peterson, and using Middlesex County Open Space Grant, New Jersey Department of Community Affairs Local Recreation Improvement Grant, and New Jersey DP Green Acres matching funds for the Esplanade. I believe with these alternatives, the fate of the old police station and the Thomas Mundy Peterson house site can be renegotiated, especially when the site is being sold $5 million discounted. And I'd also like to present the City Council with a list of signatures from a petition I started online to seek support in protecting those two resources. As of today, the petition has 456 signatures from Perth Amboy, residents of the rest of New Jersey, to California, and even people in Australia and Pakistan. Residents and visitors alike care about the fate of our historic resources. And while 456 signatures doesn't sound like much, look at all the people who have shown up today. Could you still vote to destroy our history and our historic resources? Please don't award this pilot until our historic resources are protected from destruction. And if anyone would like a copy of the information, I have a few. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on. I'm sorry, he's been waiting for his turn. You can come, you'll go next.
Those are the signatures on the petition.
Okay, thank you.
My name's Ed Sofield. I'm up there, my grandfather, my uncles, we're all up there in this town here. I want to tell you something. I was a history teacher in Perth Amboy, 72.
I'm sorry, your name and your
Ed
address?
Sofield, Colgate Avenue, Perth Amboy.
Thank you.
I'm fourth generation volunteer fireman like that guy out there, Mullen, and Catano, same company, McClellan. And I'm from Perth Amboy, and I'm here to help Perth Amboy out. I want to let you know that I'm from the building trades, the Middlesex County building trades. I'm also from the AFL-CIO with the state Middlesex County AFL-CIO, and I protect all the unions because Perth Amboy is a union town. And you know, with the Middlesex County building trades, I got a message for you guys. Your kids can come to the Middlesex County building trades. You can come to the Middlesex County building trades And you could be an iron worker, a union electrician, a lineman that makes $200,000 a year with benefits, carpenters, laborers, painters, tapers, sparklers, masons, data technicians, Verizon workers, plumbers, tin knockers, sheet metal workers, tile workers, and on and on and on. And we meet down there on Market Street once a month. And I got a message from the vice president of the building trades. If you've got your kids, boys and girls need to come with us, we'll get you an apprenticeship. Kushner's coming in here, and he's coming here with minimum wages, building toothpick construction. He's taking the money out of town. It's garbage. And we're all over this because we're fighting this guy in Monmouth and Freehold malls because he's coming in here with people and he's not going to help you out. And he has a directive on all the Dodge reports that we get that we're not going to not use any union labor. No union labor. No money. No benefits for your kids. So I got some notes here. I'm going to cover them. By the way, in 1620, the Pilgrims came to Plymouth Rock. In 1622, New Caledonian Park, there was a ship that came over here, right? Perth Amboy. Perth Amboy is the gem of the East. It's the gem. You cannot put 602 apartment buildings with street parking when we have the beautiful best harbor in the country. You can't do it. 1622 New Caledonia.
Sir, you have to address the council.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We need to take care of these kids, these children here. We don't need to bring more kids in here. We can't take care of our own kids with the busing and everything. We got to take care of our kids first. Now, jobs for the residents. This is all about jobs for the residents. You can't all be teachers, firemen, public employees, so we're going to bring in their trades if you want to come here. We built everything in this town. We built that new high school with a public project works agreement. We got all union people, local people. Every school in this town was built, every hospital, every train station today, everything is union. This guy's coming in, he's going to bust Perth Amboy. Okay, I got some notes, so I'm going to keep going here. We're having a heart attack. Our guys get $50 an hour as journeyman, $50 worth of benefits, a pension, an annuity, a life to work out of the union halls. 3 to 5 years of apprenticeship, you go to school 2 nights, 3 hours a night we go. You go to Middlesex College, you go 1 hour a night. We go 3 hours a night, twice a week, like 40 hours a day, a week, 40 hours. Okay, luckily I got some notes here. Well, Kushner, 602 apartments, 602 apartment buildings, toothpick, vinyl siding, garbage construction, and I'm going to give you the solution. The solution to this mess is to call Ron Rios up, my buddy, Shanty Nera, Charles Kenny, family lives down the street here, born and raised here, the Kenny family. Bring them to Perth Amboy. We'll talk to them. They're giving $500 million to Middlesex County College right now. $500 million go there. We can bring them here. Craig Coughlin, Yvonne Lopez, Joe Vitale. We bring them here. We'll go down there. Tell Kushner to give us the property, sell it, buy it. We'll get you a fine arts theater down there. And we'll have jobs for the people in this town. And we'll have a waterfront that's accessible. We'll get you set up. We got the politicians. We got the freeholders. We got the people. Bring them in. Talk to you. We'll get you the money. Don't let this happen. Please don't let it happen. God bless Perth Amboy.
Thank you. I'm sorry. He was waiting.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jorge Vargas. I'm
A little louder.
358 Rector Street, Unit 509.
What was your name?
Jorge Vargas.
Your name?
Jorge, Jorge, Vargas is my last name.
Vargas.
Yes.
Vargas.
Couldn't hear him. Okay.
You don't, Jorge?
Yeah.
Vargas, Vargas.
She just couldn't hear you.
Okay. All right. Okay. We moved to Perth Amboy in last July. My wife and I were looking for, and we found this beautiful place to come and live here. And we saw the little park in front of our building, and the bay, and the gym. And then little by little, we start learning that nothing works. The gym is garbage. We try to talk to somebody, nothing works. And which is worse is that the more we talk, the worse everything seems to be. I believe, I may be wrong, but once the new apartments are built, there's going to be a new assessment, and the property taxes on our apartment and the rest of them probably will go up. no fault of our own. I mean, that's something that it shouldn't happen from what I've heard. This company will not do anything right. And I personally, and my wife as well, will really hope that this Kushner company, developer, whatever, is not giving this trial for 35 years and build something that looks most likely that will be the same low quality and is going to overpopulate the area so beautiful that we have now. And I don't know, is this something that we're going to vote? Who's going to make the final decision? That's something that I'm wondering. Who's going to make the final decision to give the Kushner the final yes, go ahead and move on with your project? Or we're going to vote. Are we going to vote or our vote doesn't count? I don't know how it works. Can you, is
The
anybody
city
going to be
council
able?
will make the decision.
So we're not going to
Tonight, we're
vote.
voting on it.
But we're not going to vote.
No, we're listening to you.
So if everybody complains, it doesn't necessarily mean that the Kushner is not going to be given the job. It doesn't mean that necessarily, even though everybody complains. Is that true or I'm wrong?
No.
There's no
everybody
guarantee,
has
right?
their own
There's
vote.
no guarantee that if everybody complains and nobody wants them to build, there's no guarantee that it will happen, right? Because it may happen, even though we don't want. We are against, so our vote doesn't count at all. Hopefully they don't do that. Hopefully you guys vote against that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nancy Kessler. I live at 163 High Street. I've lived in Perth Amboy at that address. It was my first home, and I'm still there more than 40 years later. My husband and I moved here as young homeowners, buying our first home, and as I said, still here. I have 3 sons, all of whom went to Perth Amboy Public Schools, and know some of you who've been here for quite a while. A lot of their friends, I guess they're all millennials, are very interested either in staying in town or moving back to town to raise their families. And I heard earlier when you had the applicants for the zoning board that a number of council members complimented them on the fact that they want to give back to their town, that the young man want to come back to, you were so pleased that he came back to town, that he wants to give to the town. Many of my kids' friends would love to do the same thing, but they have been unable to find affordable single-family housing, whether it's rental or even more for purchase. We know that the stability of communities is increased when you have a significant percentage of homeowners. And I grew up in a family that rented, my parents rented almost their whole lives until they moved here and then ended up purchasing a condo. So I have nothing against rentals, and I think it's a very important part of the American dream. It provides people an opportunity to start their lives and to build wealth, to build stability. But home ownership is a critical part of that too. And we know that that's something that's becoming more and more scarce. Perth Amboy's been a place that people have been able, young families have been able to move to historically, but at this point, my kids' friends have had to move to Ford's, to Hope Lawn, other parts of Woodbridge, to South Amboy, and further away because they haven't been able to find affordable single-family housing in Perth Amboy, much to their dismay. And it's something that I feel very sad about as well. So I hope that you'll all give serious consideration to what you're hearing here today, what I'm sure you've heard. I know you've heard at other meetings before, and really think carefully about the kind of growth you want here in Perth Amboy, the kind of stability all of us want, the opportunity we all want our city to continue to provide to young people who would like to come here and have families here and become a part of our culture. And that you will realize that for the reasons people have already stated, the proposal before you now is not one that's in any of our best interests. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Orlando Perez, Perth Amboy here. Let me just make a little quote. In politics, nothing happens by accident. And if it did, you can bet it was planned that way. Why am I saying that? Here we go. This thing with the redevelopment, it's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with redevelopment. It's great. It's wonderful. But remember one thing. Be careful you don't get involved in somebody's dirty laundry. That's what happened here. It was great. It started nice, and it started getting ugly. Nobody wants to put their hand in dirty laundry and clean it up. They correct something. They work out something. But you look at it and listen to the people here. Oh, this is something here. One voice means nothing, but many voices mean something. This is what happens. The dirty laundry's coming out, and it goes back from 2000. Pay to play, that's right, pay to play. The little brown paper bags, wine and dine. Now when it comes time for the finger point, that's what we got is a finger pointing contest. Mayor after mayor, city council after city council member is this. No, fix the problem now. You have to fix it now, correct it. It's not perfect, but you might have a solution. This is what it is. And if you expose the dirty laundry, if you're an elected official, you expose it, they're going to smear you. You're a bad person. You should never be a council person or whatever, because you expose the truth. There are good elected officials that know the town is going to be in harm's way, but they get smeared. And you know how they get smeared? Because I met a woman that got smeared. They put a little dead rat on her door. That's how they do business. They run these smear campaigns. Whether you're for it or against it. They go to Costa Rica and get their offshore bank account money, dark money. That's what's being used to smear a politician. If he or her is concerned about the project, they don't want to stop it. Yo, slow it down. Let's work out. Where's the oversight? Where's the impact study? That's how it goes. Once you get involved in this, sometimes there's no way out. Believe me, there's no way out. Politics is a dirty game. I'm going to be honest with you. It's a dirty game. Be careful. And I've seen a lot of good people in their community try not to stop it, but hey, let's work something out. And their little rat goes in their door. That's what happened. They used a smear campaign on you. You're good people. I understand your concern. You probably, but you know what? Do me a favor. Do all of us a favor. Take your time with this. We're not going to make fun of you. We're not going to hate you. Take your time with this. Go slow with this. It could be done. I've seen it in other towns being done. Like I said, nothing wrong with redevelopment. Don't get me wrong. Watch. Watch. It could turn into a very dirty laundry game. Thank you for listening to me. And thank all of you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Is this the general open or general public portion?
Yes.
Okay, so we're not in the public hearing portion for the ordinance?
No.
Good evening. This is Virginia Morales from 745 Barry Avenue. I hate public speaking, but being a resident here, born and raised, 49 years on Sunday, I felt the need to be here to speak up on behalf of everyone that is new here, that was born and raised here, everyone that's coming here. I'm a teacher at Rose M. Lopez. We have struggled to keep that dual language program, and unfortunately, it might not stay that way. There are many issues that are going on with our educational system, with our, I won't even go into that. But with that being said, we have all of the traffic concerns, we have the accidents, the people that are getting hit, that are dying. I mean, it's just insane to see what is going on in this, what used to be a small community. I love this city, I don't want to leave. I'm a realtor with KW by the Bay in Perth Amboy. Barry Rosengarten literally was built this, helped build this city. And to see what's happening, it's scary. It really is scary. I would love, my dream would be to see this place, to see Perth Amboy, somewhat like Asbury Park, but even better. I looked into their waterfront redevelopment plans, and just some of the things that they have here are preserve the character and history. That's what we need for Perth Amboy. We are a historical community. That is the proprietary house, everything about Perth Amboy. The fact that we were the first city that was we were Trenton. That was us. And we are losing all of that. We're giving it away for money, for I don't know what reason. And I know most of us live here, so we really do want what's best for Perth Amboy. Take your time, as some of the other people said. Make Perth Amboy a great community to live in all year round. Generate new tax revenue, yes, for the city, but do it wisely. Spur economic growth through employment opportunities. I don't know if he left already. I would love for you to come to our Rose M. Lopez.
Address the council.
I would love for him to come to meet our children, for Read Across America, for the making children see that there are other careers besides everything that we see, downtown. Perth Amboy, it's beautiful to see people coming to the Armory and to the Barge and to the ice cream parlor and to come for the Perth Amboy artworks, but then they leave. There's nothing else at the waterfront. I don't know which building it is, if it's the landings or that entire area, the lower front is empty. There's a gym there, and I guess it's not in use. I have a dream to have a cat cafe. Of course, I wouldn't be able to afford it. I don't know if that company would even welcome a nonprofit organization to see if we could do something. But nothing is finished, apparently, and we're trying to continue something that's unfinished. So it just doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. We need to make Perth Amboy better. We need to develop it. There are so many people that are displaced. Mary Beth Olive, at one point, she had an organization where homeless women were staying in a place, and unfortunately, that didn't last long. I'm sure some of you know about that. Why can't we do something like that? Why can't we have other businesses so that people can come and not just have Portuguese or seafood, but they can come to an Italian restaurant. They can come and have entertainment, maybe, I'm not gambling, but anything else, anything to make Perth Amboy the great city that it is, that it was, and that it can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I want people to understand that this is not just about ordinance number 2. This is the public portion that you can speak about anything that is happening. So I just want people to understand that, just in case there's somebody here who is here for another purpose. Go ahead.
I'm the new neighbor. My name is Olga Vargas. I live at close by here, the Admiral.
You need the address.
I just want to say
we need the address.
My address. My address is 358 Rector Avenue,
Street. Okay.
Rector Street, 509.
Okay.
I'm not going to repeat anything. All the files that you have to take into consideration are in my back. All these people are bringing you the information so you will have a better understanding to what is going on here. And when I was sitting there, I was looking at this room, and I think what is the important thing here is what is behind you guys. The honor, the respect that Perth Amboy is claiming to be taken into consideration about building and the way to build in our country, in our city. I can read there, city of history, city of the future, Perth Amboy. And we can see there, it's looking at us, Thomas. And we can see that everybody's listening now, and you are also listening. So all the beautiful paintings that our kids, Julissa, Yesenia, Wilson, Tito, from the Perth Amboy High School, that is telling you guys, take care of our children, our education. Don't give the 35% taxes. You know what I'm doing. I'm a kind of emotional, but that's what I wanted to say, just to look at the slogan for our city. City of history, city of the future.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Red Calker, 2416 Sunnyvale Oval. Maybe someone should tell Dyke stop wasting his time promoting history. Maybe somebody should tell historian Dyke to stop promoting history, and maybe take Perth Amboy off the list for next year's 250th anniversary celebration, since possibly getting rid of the former police station, which should be included. This this administration does not seem transparent. Stop destroying the city's history. Stop letting old buildings go. There's a petition to save the former police building. Quite a few people. That $500,000 grant could be used for improvements to save the former firehouse and update that. It's solid. There's nothing wrong with it. It makes no sense to find new land on a smaller lot. Those two buildings can be an asset and benefit to the city once again, as it did before. Just get rid of the first aid squad and build 3 one-family homes and keep the existing house and move the impound cars to DPW property. The clock church on High Street was going to be demolished years ago. Well, it's still there. The HPC hasn't been treated right. They need a stronger ordinance, need better support from the administration, need legal representation. Former mayors haven't provided funds. In the past, Councilwoman Rose has said we can't call the city historical if we keep taking away buildings. The council president, Malati, said she was looking forward to support and participate in December of 2021. I haven't seen that, haven't heard from that. This is sad that the city hasn't invested in any way. It's time to add the community center and a museum space as a historical landmark. Cobb keeps saying City of History when he was on the HPC board previously. He has wasted grant funds, giving money to someone who doesn't deserve, not giving money to the HPC or the Salvation Army. Too many people have been prioritizing the proprietary house way too much, been there and done that. There's other historical sites that need more attention and should be treated equally. And the former police station is a perfect fit, has potential and is a perfect fit to be saved for new purpose for the community. And Detroit, out of all places, they are restoring an old building here. They have a restoration program, way worse condition than the former police building. And in Saraville, they have saved their old historical building, but they do not have a plan on reuse of it. This apartment project does not benefit the city then or now. The city's infrastructure cannot handle this type of project. There is not enough fire protection, the issue of snow removal, flood zone, blueprint issues, rent costs, quality of space, no tax, not keeping his promises. Construction jobs need to stop in this town. We have enough. Those guys can go anywhere for jobs. Those type of guys can go anywhere, putting more stress on city services. Anything historical shouldn't be messed with. A building is more important than Sunshine Alley. The city should give the building to the state as a historical landmark and have them cover the cost. It is the last historical building that symbolizes what the city was built on: industrial legacy, industrial revolution. Save the old firehouse and reopen as a second firehouse. Keep the former police station and Metapower. and include that in the master plan. Kushner does not care about the city. Possibly 60 years suffering, bad impact here. This is not the Jersey Shore, and it sounds like they want to make the city into the Jersey City or Hoboken. Please cancel this or change the plans or take the land back. This is fraud. This is not the solution. Stop having people have crazy ideas and some para people, redevelopment agency people maybe should be replaced. See, these current people have lost respect and everything in this past. Why create the Preservation Committee Board when the administration does not support the city history? If the building is lost, there is no more HPC. There's nothing else left to talk about, preserve, or promote the history. City Hall staff has told the HPC that they're interfering with this issue when there is their duty. If lose the buildings, then the city will fail again, and the HPC will fail again. Why have a historian? Maybe it's Jesus Christ. City must save the former police building. Tell a story. It's a perfect fit for community programs, workshops, PAL program, museum space, extra library space. The library is cluttered with items. It's pretty much a storage place, the library. Art gallery space. Kaba said becoming mayor is time to invest in the history and embrace it and try new ideas. There are gangs here in this city, 3 gangs that I know of. And you want to bring people here and build more apartments? Don't sound right. You should apologize to the fire department because they've been waiting 10 years for equipment come 2028. So the city is in danger the past 6 or 7 years.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening to the council.
You can bring it down.
I can bring it down. This is my first time speaking at a meeting like this. My name is Mary Giles. I live at 37 Dana Court, Perth Amboy, New Jersey. I am a homeowner, and I also pay taxes here. And I'm just appalled at the very fact that you would allow someone like the Kushner Company to come to this town once again, because once someone has shown you who they are, you need to believe them. You have all the evidence that you need that this person, this company, is not upright. This company has proven itself to be not trustworthy and all about money. And to sit here tonight and hear all of these people here, and they're telling their truth, and there's evidence to back up their truth. We have a right to speak on what goes on in this town because we pay taxes. Why would you allow the fox in the hen house again when he's already went in there and ate all the chickens? Amen? Here's the fact of the matter. A snake will always be a snake, no matter how many times he sheds the skin. He's still a snake. This company has proven itself to us and to you. And yet we find ourselves this day still deciding whether we should allow him back in this city again. I would ask you to really consider what you're doing. Our children are at stake. The future of this city is at stake because once he comes in and does the damage, from listening to what they've said, you never get it fixed. You need to give some considerable thought to what you're about to do. We pay taxes, but you're going to give them 35 years where they don't have to pay any taxes? My taxes go up, but they don't have to pay any taxes? They say they're going to hire people from here, and we all know that's a lie. They say they're going to put up new units, but the units they put up, we can't live in them. They're put up for other people, not for the people here in Perth Amboy. So I would ask you to consider this proposal. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Jason Plungus. I'm at 358 Rector Street. The early 2000s, they eminent domained all the property on the waterfront for Kushner to take over, right? They didn't do what they were supposed to do. They let the properties just go to hell, right? They just abandoned everything. Now we're 20 years into there where they've abandoned it. Now you're proposing that they're gonna take there's employees of 150 in the laundry on Rector Street, and you're gonna eminent domain that property and close it down and eliminate 150 jobs from local people that live in Perth Amboy. 99% of those people walk to work and live in the community. And it's 150 employees there, and you're gonna eminent domain that property for Kushner to come in and build 600 units. And I mean, it's pathetic to me. Also, it was brought to our attention that that on High Street, they changed the water valve a few years ago, and the water pressure can't even keep up with the units that are in there now. Now we're gonna add 600 more units. Is there any proof that the water pressure could keep up with 600 more units at all? Was there anything done, a study done on anything, looked into the future? Because it was brought to our attention that we live in the building. It wasn't brought to your attention, obviously, but I just don't understand how you could eminent domain property. You should have taken that property back from Kushner and did what the city needed to do with that property, the right thing to do. Continue the waterfront as a park waterfront going all the way down from the Armory all the way through, right? Not just stop and hand it to this. You don't build in a place where it floods all the time. That waterfront, when the high tide comes in and the wind goes in, water blows right on top of that where the Front Street is. Now they're gonna put a 5-story building there with a parking garage? Does that make any sense? No, it doesn't at all. Like I said, the water pressure, our building can't keep up with the water pressure for our own fire system, right? But now we're gonna add 602 units onto the area, and it's gonna help out with the water system. Come on, it's ridiculous. And Kushner, first of all, like she said, you're letting the guy back in. Is there any other bids or proposals from any other companies out there that came across and said, hey, here we go, we have a better idea. We're not gonna take 35 years of tax-free. And who does a $200 million project and isn't gonna make any money off of it? Right? And now you're gonna give them tax breaks so they can make more money on a $200 million project? That makes no sense as a businessman whatsoever. If I proposed something and said, oh, I'm gonna do something and I'm not gonna make any money, but the bill's $200 million, it doesn't make sense to me. And if you think it makes sense and you vote for this, I swear I will vote, and I will vote every one of you out of here as much as we possibly can. I'll tell you that right now.
Thank you.
Good evening, Reverend Donna Stewart, President of the Perth Amboy Area Branch of the NAACP. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak. It is Black History Month, and the theme for Black History Month this year is African Americans in labor. No longer free labor, obviously. But listening to everyone speak, there was questions that came to mind and thoughts that came to mind, and I jotted down some notes. And it's purpose, plan, people, and passion. What is the purpose? Why are we going backwards? If we're the city of history and city of the future, not the city of foolishness, we don't need to go back. The purpose is just to make money. That should not be the plan. The plan should be to honor the people that elected you to office and to serve the constituents. This room is full, there's people in the hallway, and people are waiting because they're passionate about it. And yes, we have to address the council, but we want the people behind us and around us to hear, because this is who we are. We are a community. We're standing together. We're a community, and we're trying to do that. So we're hoping that you listen to what's said and what's being said. I was looking up online even after the last time I came here in 2024 about Kushner, and the articles are still the same. He is a crook. He is related to Felon 47. Birds of a feather flock together. And it says here, in 2017, a confidential settlement was reached between Kushner Companies and 32 condo owners in the landings at Harborside community after the residents filed a consumer fraud lawsuit alleging construction issues such as water infiltration and insufficient parking. Kushner Companies then suspended all constructions of the landing but maintained ownership of the property. Ridiculous. That's foolishness. That's not moving forward. We're supposed to be talking about dreaming. We should not be living in a nightmare. We should not be going back. We need to move forward. Everybody has an opportunity to make mistakes, and we should learn from our mistakes. Council members, please learn from the mistake of the previous that allowed him to come here in the first place. He has done this up and down the East Coast. We need to put a stop to it and put a stop to it now. We need to remember to help those who've helped us, who've supported you, your events, your candidacies, your programs. People here have done that. Even if they didn't agree with everything you did, they still support and they still come out. It's cold outside. Parking is ridiculous because obviously there's still snow on the grounds. People are walking distance farther and farther because there's not even parking around here to come to the meetings. But we're here early and we're determined. And we do have a plan. We do have a plan. The plan is like the last person just said, not a threat, but a promise. Elections do come up. There are records of votes and who voted in which way. Let's move Perth Amboy forward the right way. I also want to say for those who watch the Super Bowl and you watch the halftime show, Kendrick Lamar said it. Kendrick Lamar said it. They're not like us. Kushner, he is not like us. Felon 47, they are not like us. Let's stop paying criminals to come into town if we're trying to clean it up. They are not like us. Be mindful of what you do, and please be mindful of your vote. We want to support you in your efforts, but we want you to also listen to the people that are here. All of the voters in Perth Amboy could not fit in this room tonight. A lot of people didn't know this specific thing was going to be on the agenda. But I'm telling you, there's a representation of all of the communities in this town. Remember, let's be a city moving to the future and not a city of foolishness. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
We were sold out, period.
Sagar Patel. Hello? You can hear me?
No,
All
go
right.
ahead.
Just right now.
My name's Sagar Patel. I live at 358 Rector. I think everyone said it, the obvious. Just wanted to say, like, when I first started buying a property here, I drove past the waterfront. I was very hesitant, but I drove past the waterfront and I saw how beautiful it was and what kind of a gem it was, and that's what drove me to purchase here. So hearing that you guys want to kind of build on that area, first of all, it's dangerous, right? It's logical, and we all know it's dangerous. Number two, who's going to live there if people can't afford it? So you guys are just going to drive people out. And number three, the first speaker actually said it. How are you guys voting on a budget, or how are you guys voting on something where you don't have the budget, right? That's kind of common sense. I think you guys don't ruin this town, because I've actually grown to love this town. It's a beautiful town. It's a small town, very homey, comfortable. A lot of people actually depend on it. So it's not worth it. Don't do it. Instead, take the money and invest it into the kids of the future, right? Like it says over there. I didn't even notice it until the one speaker pointed it out, but it's kind of valid, right? City of the future and city of history and city of the future. So I'm sure all of y'all have kids. Don't do that. Don't do that to them. Don't ruin it. And just, you guys are all smarter than that. Don't play into the puppet game just for some clout. That's really it.
Anyone else?
Hi, William Petrick, 790 Harnett Street. It's great. You're all up here. You have a job to do. I would never, ever allow a 30-year pilot, a 35-year pilot. That's saddling, that's handcuffing all the future council and mayors that come into this town. How are they going to handle a 30-year pilot? Where's the tax dollars coming from? Most of you are homeowners. I can't imagine how you could agree to a shoddy builder, a convicted felon, coming back into town. He's built 2 buildings under a former mayor. They were for sale units. They had structured parking. They were made out of brick. And he did a shoddy job, and instead of manning up and taking responsibility for the shoddy work, he pointed fingers at his subcontractors that it was their fault and not his. He's a convicted felon. Now, I understand when I was sitting up there as a council president that Joe Vitale and Kevin McCabe, who represented used the carpenters as a stepping stone to higher office. You know, they pushed me to meet with Charlie Kushner, and I met with him here in town. And all he wanted was his 30-year pilot that Bill Northgrave is pushing, that Craig Coughlin wanted, and you know, Yvonne Lopez. All of them wanted Charlie back in here to make his money. He's going to make millions here, and you don't need to give him any pilot at all. He didn't build those two buildings with a pilot. I got to say, for a former mayor who was a convicted felon also, and had unindicted co-conspirators sitting up at that table that you're sitting at now. We got another mayor who may end up being a indicted felon as well. We don't know that yet. But do you really want to be unindicted co-conspirators? I know two of you have been indicted and convicted of ethics violations while you sat on the Board of Education. I know that. So why don't you do better now that you're here? Don't go for this pilot. It's insane. We're getting nothing out of this. Give a tax break to all the homeowners in town. Most of you, if not all of you, are homeowners. You're not living in apartments. An apartment is not a stepping stone to a greater economic future for you. We are out of balance in this community. We have too many apartments. We need home ownership. We need single family homes, duplexes, you know, even condos, but a home ownership. He's going to build another harbor town closer to the center of town. The last time I was up here, I spoke to all of you. They want to say, people want to save the old police station. Sell it for $1 to an organization in town made up of good, responsible people with some resumes, and let them go after rehabilitating it. Give it to a historic trust made up of the people here in Perth Amboy. Sell it to them for $1. I know the fire department wants to expand, all right? The uniform department originally said they didn't need 7 fire companies and 6 firehouses. They could do it with one centrally located house. That was 12, 15 years ago. Now they want another firehouse, and they chased Morton Salt out to find out they couldn't use it there. When I was sitting up there, we bought property on Amboy and Inslee. Nothing happened there, and now they want to build it. And of course, Memorial Firehouse across from the new high school, they can't build it there, or wouldn't build it there, because they were going to build a road, a connector road that never happened. Now they want you to buy the property on Fayette and High. Rehabilitate the firehouse that's already there on High Street, the old Central Firehouse, and let them use that if they need a second firehouse in town. All right? Thank you all. I think I have 17, 16, 15. All right? Do the right thing. This should have never seen the light of day. I didn't allow it to happen when I was sitting up there. You should, you know, and the vote is not going to take place right now. It's going to take place in the next meeting tonight after 7 p.m. when they come back from closed session. Remember that. Somebody better be here.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me? Can't hear
Little
myself.
louder.
Good evening. I'm with the NAACP Perth Amboy, and I just want to I'm listening to everybody. I don't live in Perth Amboy. My name is Michelle Burwell. But I just wanted to just say a quote, that real leadership is leaders recognizing that they serve the people that they lead, right? And I know it's very hard because, you know, being in the political, as someone said, it is very grimy and, you know, cutthroat, and specifically in this county, it is very almost like a mafia type of thing. So I know it could be a little scary, you know, to stand up for something, but it is very important, especially during this time with the change and shift in our federal government, and so much of the federal funding that we're using to stabilize our cities has the possibility of not being in existence anymore, that you really take in consideration about giving someone a 35-year tax abatement, right? And most people don't know that when you talk about education and things of that nature, that is a portfolio that comes from federal funding and state funding. And so if there is, in fact, a shift, as we all can see as it relates to our federal government, we need to be mindful about how we spend our money and how and who we give tax credits to, because inevitably everybody's taxes are going to go up when they start dismantling Department of Education, right? And now the money that right now when you get $26,714 per pupil in Perth Amboy and you don't have transportation, right? And so what does that look like when you give someone a 35-year tax abatement? And again, leadership is about you being mindful of the people that you are leading, right? And I know it's hard. It's easier said than done when you're not in the shoes. But when you took that oath, you decided that you wanted to be bold and you wanted to stand up for something. There's no way in the world, even if you didn't know anything about Kushner, your constituents have told you everything, even some who are in fact living it as we speak. I just ask that you get pull on whatever power you need to be able to make a stand for something, right? I know it's difficult, but stand up and fight for the people that you're supposed to be representing, because that's what it's about, right? It means nothing if you are not willing to stand up. It's not about taking pictures. It's not about cutting ribbons. When you cut a ribbon and it does not benefit the community, it's not about that. It's not about going to parties. It's not about you being with Mr. McCabe, Coughlin, and Lopez. It's not about that. It's about them. It's about us. Right? And the only way we can make a difference is when you as leaders recognize what your role is. And again, I know it's hard, but please take a moment and think about the oath and what you've committed yourself to and our children and our future, and stand up, even if you're the only one standing. Somebody stand up, right? And thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Dr. Payou Sylvie, living at the Admiral Building, Unit 401.
I'm sorry, what was the name?
Dr. Payou Sylvie, and I live in 358 Rector Street, the Admiral Building. I'm also part of the board of this building.
358 Rector Street.
I want to echo every one member of the community, and I would like to add up that adding more building, more apartment will not solve the problem that the city of Perth Amboy already have in terms of pollution of the bay. I dare you to take a swim. I dare you to eat any fish. If you add up a population and not fix the sewage, we're not going to get better. Please, do not vote for this. Respect the environment. Respect the population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Maspus, 180 Market Street. Look, we have one of the 10 most historic cities in the United States, and you are going to bulldoze the police station. That's not helping our history. And I just feel that Perth Amboy is better served not doing this. And I have one other question. Who is in charge of the oversight of a building? Who's responsible to say a developer does what they're supposed to do?
To build? To build?
Yeah.
Anything to be built, it goes under code enforcement once they decide to build something, right?
UCC.
And, all right, that's what I know. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else about anything? Anything. It's not just about the ordinance. Seeing none? No, you already spoke. Thank you. Oh, okay. There's a gentleman back there.
Sunburn. You tell him to send that.
You need to go?
And I don't think.
Okay, I just.
Let's wait.
Let me wait for her. This is the guy. State your name and your address.
Mi nombre es Teodoro Torres. Vivo en el 264 de Davidson Street.
I'm sorry.
Yo vengo a hablar para...
Okay, espérate un momentito. Is there someone here that can translate for him? Okay.
Tiene que tomar pausa frecuentemente para poder hacer la traducción.
mi nombre es Teodoro Torres.
My name is Teodoro Torres.
Vivo en el 264 de Davidson Street.
I live at 264 Davidson Street.
Y vengo a hablar de un problema de handicap que necesito.
I am here to speak on an issue regarding a handicap parking that I am in need of.
Yo tengo un problema de la parte izquierda
I have a problem in my the left part of my body.
que me dio dos strokes, ya me da.
I have been a victim of 2 strokes.
Y yo estoy luchando para que me den un parqueo al frente de mi casa que sacaron.
I am trying to challenge or fight for a parking spot that was in front of my house that they was removed.
Y llevo ya voy para 4 veces que me lo han negado.
And this is my 4th time that I am appealing because my permit requests have been denied.
Y por favor, yo necesito que tengan compasión de mí.
Please, I want there to be, consideration of my need
Porque yo lo necesito.
because I do need one.
Porque cuando me voy a parquear en mi casa,
Because when I go to park in front of my home,
tengo que parquearme por allá por la Fátima, bien lejos, y no puedo andar hasta mi casa.
I have to park near Fatima, and it's a long walk, and there's no parking in front of my home.
Y hay mucha gente que tienen casa en ese sitio y parquean afuera en vez de estar parqueándose en los driveways de ellos.
There's many people that live in that neighborhood, and instead of parking in their own driveway, they park, wherever they want to.
Por favor, yo necesito que me ayuden.
I really need you guys to help me out.
Muchas gracias por su ayuda.
Thank you for your time and your help.
Okay, thank you. Is the chief here? No, he left? Okay.
Unfortunately, the chief, we have a fire, and both chiefs are there attending to that situation. But as you know, Council President, the council can make an exception to the roofer. I can give the address. It's because this is public information, that's why I'll give it, 397 Division Street. And they're fighting that right now.
Okay. Okay, anybody else wants to speak? I know that some people want to take a break, but anybody else is going to speak? Seeing none, I need a motion to close public portion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Against? Okay. I know there's a lot that has to be said from this side, but right now, people need to have a bio break. And we're going to have the closed session from here. We are going to the closed session, so I need a motion to go to closed session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Okay, after the closed session, we're coming back to the council meeting. That will have the public hearing about the ordinance that has been spoken about tonight. And then in the council meeting, that will happen. Okay? Thank you. Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, we're back from closed session. I need a motion to come out, resume.
Move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Now I need a motion to adjourn. I'm sorry.
You want to add the resolutions?
Okay, so we need to add two resolution for the zoning appointments that we interviewed tonight. So we need, that will be
Resolution R88.
88 for the 4-year. That will be, we have a regular and an alternate. The regular is a 4-year appointment, and the alternate will be for a 2-year appointment. So we have 88 and 89. Is that all?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now I need a motion to adjourn the caucus meeting.
Move it.
All in favor? Aye. Against? Okay, now we start the council meeting. Okay, good evening. This is the February 12, 2025 council meeting. Presiding officer of the council, Milady Tejeda, wishes to advise the audience that notice of this meeting has been filed with the Home News Tribune, the Star Ledger, and posted on the bulletin board in the city's clerk's office and on the city's website, indicating that today's meeting is being held in the council chambers, City Hall, 260 High Street, right after the closed session and the caucus and closed session. Right now is 8:26. Council President Tejeda, as a courtesy of the governing body, I will ask all individual present, including members of the audience, to please turn off all cell phones and electronic devices. Should you need to make a telephone call, please go out into the hallway and speak in a low voice so as not to disturb the ongoing meeting. Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Cruz?
Present.
Councilwoman Morales?
Present.
Councilwoman Peralta?
Present.
Councilman Puccio?
Present.
Council President Tejeda?
Present. Let's stand for the invocation and for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please, Lord, look over this governing body to make the right decision for our city, for our residents, and for our children. And also we pray for those that are in need of food, shelter, and anything to have a decent life in our city and abroad. Let's pray for those that are, for the troops that are abroad defending our freedom and those who are in our nation protecting us. And with that, I say amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we had the interview already, so we go to the ordinance, public hearing, 5 minutes maximum per speaker per ordinance. Or number 1, an ordinance of the City of Perth Amboy to amend an ordinance entitled an ordinance designating restricted parking space for use by handicapped persons, ordinance number 380-85, and amendments adopted July 2nd, 1985, also known as Chapter 255A of the Code of the City of Perth Amboy, and this is about addition. I need a motion to open to the public.
Move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Okay, anyone wants to speak on this?
Good evening, William Petrick, 790 Harnett Street. So you're the governing body of the city of Perth Amboy. You make the laws that everybody lives by, okay? So that gentleman that was up here earlier today with the cane, the handicapped guy who has been denied and denied and denied. You have a right to give him a waiver and give him a handicap spot. That's your right as the governing body. You represent us, you represent him, he needs help. You're able to say to the police department, you know, give him the handicap spot. You have that power, okay?
And we know that.
Or you could just ignore it and just move on.
We won't
Thank you.
ignore it. Thank you.
Thank you for
Anybody else? Seeing none? Oh, you want to speak on that? Okay. I need a motion to close public hearing.
Move it. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Against? I need a motion to adopt.
Move it.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Cruz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Morales?
Yes.
Councilwoman Peralta?
Yes.
Councilman Puccio?
Yes.
Council President
Yes.
Tejeda?
Number 2, ordinance of the City of Perth Amboy, County of Middlesex, New Jersey, approving the application for a long-term tax exemption and authorizing the execution of a financial agreement with Perth A Urban Renewal LLC for the property located at portion of Block 131, Lot 1.03, Block 135, Lots 1.01, 2, Lot 2, 2.04, and 3 through 28, Block 137, Lots 1.01, 2, and 2.01, Block 138, Lot 1, Block 139, Lots 8 through 11, 14, 19, and 21, 23, Block 140, Lots 1.01, 1.03, 1.04, 2.01, 2.02, 2.03, 2.04, 2.05, 2.06, 3, 3.01, and 4, and Block 236, Lot 1, 1.01, 2, and 12, 304 Front Street, 390 Front Street, property located on Front and Commerce Street, 38 Commerce Street, 393-395 Rector Street, 47 Broad Street, 402-406 High Street, 56 Fayette Street, 385 Rector Street, 362 High Street, 366-376 High Street, and 34 Broad Street on the tax maps of the City of Perth Amboy. Before I open it to the public, I just want to say we did listen to everything you have mentioned before. It's your decision whether you want to come up and speak about it on the same topic. And we are here just to listen. So I just wanted to say that. I need a motion to open to the public.
Move it. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Okay, go ahead.
Ken Bauer, 359 Brook Avenue. You listened, but you didn't hear. This is all about the county. This is Lopez, Coughlin, and McKay, and Kushner and McGreevy. This is all about that. You don't make the decision here, because you're giving away money. If that, you would table it and find out whether you're going to raise the taxes first. No money for schools. There's only be 17 children in there. This is sad and disgusting, because you have no guts to go across and do what's right. Anybody here, right here, nobody spoke up. Where's the mayor? It's such a good deal. He got no cojones. He's not here. Where is he? There's the problem. Where's the mayor? If this is such a great deal, where is he? You had a person come up here and said, there's no CO for that building. Where's Urban? Where's our code enforcement? Bring him up here and say, how come there's no CO? Come on. Bring him up here. If you had the guts, you'd find this stuff out first. That's what you'd find out. Where is their CO? Why are these people still trying to fix their building on the first Kushner project? Why? Why? Because he's a billionaire and he's in bed with the politicians? All you gotta do is read his book. It's right there. McGreevy admitted it. Here's a guy, the first Kushner, that set up his brother-in-law and went to jail for it. He's a convicted felon. Everybody's blaming Trump as convicted felon. Well, you're going to give a project to a convicted felon. How do you Democrats speak that? Booker sat here on Big Point saying, oh, July 6th, January 6th people got off. Well, wait a minute. You got a guy working on campaigns that got caught urinating in front of the police. Assaulted a police officer. Used homophobic language against a police officer. And he's still working. He works on your campaigns. So you are Democrats, so-called, but I doubt it, because you look like you're Republicans. And that's what the county is turning Republican. Trump got 1,500 less votes than Kamala Harris for Amboy. Why? We got a law firm that's a Democratic law firm who's negotiating Kushner. They do the same thing in Woodbridge. But check the deals out in Woodbridge. Did you ever check any of the deals we have in Woodbridge? Councilman Puccio, you know the council president over there. Do they give money to the schools?
I believe so.
Yeah, I believe so. But no, Perth Amboy, the Hispanic children don't deserve. They don't deserve anything. They don't deserve busing. They don't deserve teachers. They gotta walk in the cold because billionaires get pilots. I've been raised against pilots from the beginning. There's no money for the children. You're supposed to respect the children. But no, not in this town. Oh, the state will pay for it. Yeah, well, the state's gonna change it. And if you gotta raise taxes, it's on your back. This guy does not deserve a pilot. He doesn't deserve to build anything. He's disgusting. This plan is disgusting. And his council is disgusting if you voted for it, and it's incompetent. Because if you turn around and raise taxes after you give this guy a tax break, because you're going to get a little bit, that's disgusting. You don't have no cojones to do what's right. This is all because of the county. And I know Torricelli, Rosengarten, and everybody wants this project. Torricelli, where did he go? Jail. He's down in the barge trying to get Kushner's property. Where's Torricelli? He went to jail. When he came out of jail, he appointed his wife to spend his campaign money. What? Mendez. No, Torricelli went to jail too. And Mendez just went to jail too. Trust me. And that's what we have. Hey, wait a minute. You Democrats, you had the head of the Democratic Party in Searville. What did he go to jail for? Money laundering? Taking care of prostitutes? That's what this Democratic Party is doing. You're puppets. You're complete, total puppets because you got no cojones to do anything. You don't. And it's for the children, needs. Taxes go up in my town. I don't care. I have a senior freeze. I'm lucky. I'm old. But you guys got nothing because you're knocking people out. Now, you just pointed somebody in the planning board. What did he say? What did he say? I bought houses in town. He's not an owner. He's not living. Non-ownership. What rules a town? Non-ownership. Grow up.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, good evening. Robert S. Goldsmith of Greenbound Row, Smith and Davis. I grew up at 259 High Street. Went to Perth Amboy High School. So I've been doing redevelopment since 1978, representing both the public sector and the private sector. And Councilman Cruz asked a remarkably insightful question. What presentation has been made to you? What information has been given to you? And my observation is little, if any. This is an important obligation you have, and you have every right to expect and demand information from the applicant, information from PARA, because there are two fatal flaws in this agreement. First, there is a master lease. The statute, the long-term tax exemption law, specifically requires that a pilot cannot be less than 10% of annual gross revenues. This pilot is based on a master lease which reduces those numbers substantially and brings the pilot down to 7% for the first 10 years. Then it gets to 8 or 9%, and in 20 years, you get a 10% pilot. I've been doing pilots all over the state in the last 5 or 10 years. and you see pilots starting at 10% for the first 3 to 5 years to allow the project to stabilize, because that's when it's starting to rent up, and that's when it's most vulnerable. But we're seeing pilot agreements at 11, 12, 13, 14% over the next 20, 25 years. That's not the case here. This is waterfront property. Nobody's making more waterfront property. Are you convinced that this is a good deal for the city? Know that if Kushner is successful, there's no limit to what he can do in terms of profits. You are starting at a number that is 7% below the statutory minimum. There's no exceptions. You are at 7%. My partner will give you more detail on that, but that's an $8 million difference over a period of 20 years. You don't get to 10% until 20 years out. That's the next generation. Bear in mind also, this project started a generation ago. You're not wedded to Mr. Kushner. If you haven't read what he did, please do, because it's appalling. It's outrageous what he did. He betrayed his brother, he betrayed his sister. The specifics are remarkable. There's another fatal flaw. Your ordinance, chapter 432 of the Perth Amboy zoning ordinance, mandates for any project that gets a pilot, a 20% mandate, and there are more than 200 units, 20% inclusionary housing. You're getting $1 million, which at best will buy maybe 5 new units somewhere in town, or maybe 10 rehab units. But the obligation under your ordinance is 121 units on a 602-unit project. That is an enormous gift to a redeveloper. And I've heard from many people passionately and eloquently about the need for affordable housing in this city. So you're creating waterfront property that will be at high rents with not one inclusionary unit included. That's a disaster for this city. On August 14th, someone mentioned that Mr. Kushner built Pier Village in Long Branch. He didn't. He bought it. Again, this project began a generation ago. There was a $4 or $4.5 million guarantee in the original agreement. He's walking away without any responsibility under that original agreement. You have power, you control what's going to happen. It's in your hands. And I've never been to a public hearing where not one person came out and said something positive. What I heard here was remarkable. The sentiment of these people across the board is that, please, do the right thing. The power is in your hands. Again, Councilwoman Cruz, you're absolutely right. What do you know about this deal?
Not to interrupt you, we have, I'll say it after.
That's fine. But my partner has some information, some more detail. But you are entering into a pilot agreement that is a remarkable gift to a redeveloper and is in violation of the statute and violation of your own ordinance.
Thank
Just
you.
wanted to make clarification. As council, we did have extensive presentations. I was just asking for the public, but thank you.
Where's the public? Where's the public? That's the problem. They're in headlights.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Michael Koski. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Greenbaum, Rowe, Smith & Davis. And I'm here tonight to discuss the ordinance that's up for adoption. I recognize that it has been a very emotional night for a lot of people in the room. So what I intend to do is just stick to the facts of the financial agreement, to the financial application that was submitted by the redeveloper, and the financial information that was in there. And as my partner, Mr. Goldsmith, had indicated, based upon a review of that information, it's clear that the financial agreement violates the provisions of the long-term tax exemption law and also provides a extremely generous tax exemption. So for starters, it's important to understand the magnitude of the tax exemption that's granted under this pilot agreement. Based upon financial information within the application submitted by the redeveloper, over the course of 30 years, the redeveloper will receive or benefit in the range of $60 million under this agreement. And that's not even considering the fact that there's a lower annual service charge or percentage that otherwise comes into play. Now, the main concern is the leasing structure that is imposed in this financial agreement. And what it does is it allows an affiliate of the redeveloper entity, so essentially the same entity, to serve as the master tenant and the redeveloper entity to serve as the master landlord. And what happens is the master tenant goes and collects the rent from the individuals living in the unit and then remits a percentage of that to the redeveloper. And then the annual service charge is paid based upon that, as opposed to the entire gross revenue as required under the law. So what they're doing is they're artificially reducing the gross revenue of the property, which not only hurts the citizens and your constituents, but it results in $8 million less payable to the city that would otherwise be due without this master lease agreement. And you don't need to be a lawyer to look at this set of facts and know that something isn't wrong. But if you don't believe me, there's a case, Secaucus versus Jersey City, which had a very similar agreement that the tax court invalidated because the court found that the purpose of the master lease was to circumvent the requirements under the long-term tax exemption law.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, Ed Sofield from 565 Colgate Avenue, Perth Amboy, New Jersey. I just want to tell you people that as a member of the Middlesex County Building Trades, the last 5 years since I retired, I've been going around and talking about pilot projects, especially in Woodbridge, South River, Sayreville, New Brunswick. And I can tell you that the towns are broke. Every town is broken, there's no money, and they're afraid to raise the taxes. They can't raise the taxes anymore. In Sayreville, we had a situation where the mayor had to say, Kenny O'Brien, the mayor had to say, hey, and I said it, I said, we're either gonna fix the roads, or we're gonna go for this pilot project. But it was a halfway decent pilot project, it was a data center, and it was gonna put people to work, and it was gonna have jobs for the people in the town. This project that we're talking about is not gonna provide jobs for the people in the town. Kushner brings people, because we're picketing him right now in the Freehold Mall and the Monmouth Mall. He brings people from Texas, from Mississippi, and he pays a minimum wage, and they do garbage work. I told you, I pleaded with you, I said the building trades is willing to take care of your people here in Perth Amboy and get you into our 20 different apprenticeship programs. But that's only gonna happen because that guy down here put in his Dodge report, I will not use any union labor. And when he's doing a Monmouth Mall, I will not use any union labor. Everybody in this room is a product of a union here. Policemen, firemen, teachers. Every school in this town is built union. Every school in this town. And the money, if you're not in a union, you make money because of the union. So I'm a union guy. But I want work and jobs for people in Perth Amboy. And there is an answer. The freeholders, my good friends, who I campaign for religiously. And I got the AFL-CIO award from Ron Rios and Chianti Nera for being an AFL worker for helping the people out. The humanitarian award. And I can tell you that the freeholders of this county are the best in the whole world. They built the vocational school. They gave you a park down here. They built the whole waterfront. They built the harbor front for the boats. They're unlimited. They just give you whatever you want. They just gave us $500 million worth of work at Middlesex County College. For a baseball field, it's going to be a pro baseball field. Rutgers is going to use it. We're building a student center. You need to go to Ron Rios. You need to go to Chianti Nera, the freeholders, and tell them you want a fine arts theater down here, and you want to keep the old police station as a museum. And it will provide the parking. It will provide the parking that you need to keep our waterfront open for the people to use the public access. This guy's gonna. We don't need crowds. We need less crowding. We need more space. The Fine Arts Theater will supply jobs for people in Perth Amboy. It will provide parking and open the waterfront for them, and it'll be a museum for the historical Perth Amboy Police Station. So everybody works with this. It all works. So I know that you're up against it because the towns are dying for tax money. If you don't pass this stupid pilot project, it's no good. I'm not against pilot projects. But you need a pilot project because you got to get the tax money because we can't afford to lay off teachers, busing that the kids don't have. The policemen, we don't need to lay them off. There's a crisis here. But that's not a good pilot project. I defend pilot projects in Saraville and Woodbridge with the mayor. They're the experts. Mayor McCormick will come here and he'll tell you how to run a good pilot project, and he'll tell you how we can get this town back on its feet. Work with the building trades, work with the county freeholders, and we'll help you out. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Pianet Muñoz.
Where's the?
Hello, my name is Pianet Munoz. I'm translating. Do I have to say who I am or no? Virginia Morales, 7445 Barry.
Vivo en la 552 Zaire Avenue
I live at 552 Sayre Avenue,
y trabajo en la 35, acá en la Washington.
and I work at 35 Washington Street.
Sé que no se ha tocado el building de nosotros aún, pero
I know that you haven't touched our building, but
yo sé que el proyecto que ustedes están queriendo aprobar
I know the project that you are looking to approve,
en un futuro puede ser que lo tomen en cuenta también nuestro building.
in the future, it might occur that our building will be demolished.
Solo quiero decirle que dentro de ese building trabajamos 150 personas
I only want to advise you that in that building, there are 150 workers,
que dependemos, muchas de nosotras somos madres solteras,
that we depend, that many of the women there are single mothers.
hay personas de la tercera edad que aún trabajan ahí. Hay personas de la tercera edad
Seniors.
There are people that are of the older generation that work there as well, seniors,
que aún tienen la oportunidad de trabajar dentro de ese building.
that also have the opportunity to work in that building.
Entonces queremos que ustedes al tomar una decisión
And so we ask that in making a decision,
piensen en esas 150 personas
you actually think about those 150 people
que se quedarían sin empleo.
that would be without employment.
Son personas que llevan el pan para sus hijos
They are the people that are bringing the bread to their children.
y aparte nosotros pagamos impuestos y vivimos dentro de acá, de Perth Amboy.
In addition to that, we pay our taxes and we live in Perth Amboy.
Así que al tomar la decisión, piensen
And so in making a decision, please think about,
en nosotras, ya que veo que todas ustedes son, la mayoría son mujeres, excepto los dos caballeros.
think about us, especially seeing that most of you are women except for the two men.
Piensen en nosotras, las mujeres que estamos trabajando dentro de ese building.
Think about us, the women that are working in that building.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Before you start, a la persona que vino a hablar anteriormente, solo le quiero aclarar que en este proyecto no está Mary Parra. I just wanted to clarify to her that that company that she's speaking about is not included in this project. That's all I wanted to. He's going to explain.
Okay, Nick Ziri, the Admiral. I spoke earlier today. There's a few points that I wanted to make. I was running out of time, so I'll make them now. The one is the parking situation. This is not 19.
Bring it up a little.
This is not 1955, when 1.5 parking places should be established for an apartment or a house. This is 2025. Most people have 2 cars. I realize some don't drive, but overall, you need 2+ parking spaces. This project, and I hope it's not authorized by any means, but I mean, we should think as people who are governing this town, even for future projects, 1.5 spaces per car is not the answer. You are going to just have swamps and swamps of people fighting for parking places on the street. As per this particular project, same way, 1.5 parking spaces, 900 parking spaces for 600 homes, apartments, it's not enough. there'll be an overflow onto our streets, okay? And once again, Kushner is not the man. Kushner showed everything but a desire to build properly. He is a hoodlum. He's out for his own dollars. He makes promises and doesn't keep them and walks away from it and basically dares you to sue him. And most of the time, people are running out of money, so they're not going to sue him. Now, the other thing along those lines is the taxes. Why in the world would you give him any sort of a tax break when he walked away from building 22 buildings in Perth Amboy and only put 2 up 18 years ago, 16 years ago? We gave him a tax break at that point. He walked away from it. We should have been thriving with 22 buildings, people paying taxes and so forth, buying products, you know, taking care of this city. Why would we even think about giving him the opportunity to build again, period? He doesn't deserve to build again. But why in the world would we give anybody who walked away from a deal originally a tax break? If he's so sure he's such a great builder and could do the right job, let him do it at his own expense. Why would we want to do anything for him? And the easy answer is everybody does it. Our answer to that is nobody jerks us around 18 years later, and we still have problems with what you built. You don't deserve any breaks. That's basically the 2 things I spoke about. And again, just for future, for your body, think about expanding that parking situation. 1.5 parking places today is certainly not enough for anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doesn't look good. Orlando Perez, Perth Amboy, New Jersey. A mayor of New York City said something interesting. A city has to survive on its own economy. That's taxes. What you got here is not creating taxes, it's creating a problem. Remember, that's what makes a city run, tax revenue. And these little pilots, this giving money away, freebies here and there, it's not hurting the city. Then, when it comes to a problem, oh, we have no money. I know a couple of towns, they got no money. They got no money to fix the water project. Why? Because of this. What happens to your surplus? We don't have a surplus. And one guy admitted it. You know, we taxed that project, we would have had the money. All this is doing is causing problems. And then, like I said, come to the finger pointing contest. This ordinance here, listen, I know what you got to do. I'm not saying I'm against it. What I'm saying is back to the bargaining table. You've got to go back to the bargaining table. This is a little crazy here. Be careful with this. It can hurt you politically. I'm not making a political thing, but it can hurt you. That's why cities are hurting. These pilot programs, giveaways. It has to stop. Time to say, listen, it has to be taxed. How are you going to pay for all these services? How? You going to keep asking the federal government for grants? Bet you they're going to get tired of looking at you. Oh, is you again? Same thing with the state. Oh, we need state aid. Matter, you can't afford your own city? What are you doing with tax money? What's going on? Oh, we gave a tax break. Dude, oh, no wonder why. And you come in my office, you want money? It's going to hurt everybody. Look, go slow with this. Renegotiate, please. Table it for now. Table it. Put it on hold. Forget about Kushner. He doesn't care. Forget about him. You'll see him here, do you? He's not here. So now you have a problem now with this. This is going to create you a problem. I'm sorry. Be prepared for some shocking news in the future with this. I'm not saying I'm against it. Go back to the negotiation table. We have to sit down and talk. We got a lot of complaints about this. Okay, thank you. I know you can work something out, okay?
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening. Good evening again, council members, council president, Ken Gonzalez, 110 High Street. I'm sorry that there's sort of a them versus us kind of mentality that seems to sort of, it shouldn't be that way. I mean, you guys love the city of Perth Amboy as much as everybody here. There's no question of that. But please just listen to the folks that are talking with you today to understand that they have some genuine concerns. I know for me, one of the most ear-opening things or eye-opening things that I heard was the fact that after all this time, the landing still doesn't have a permanent certificate of occupancy. That's shocking that we would consider giving the same developer another project to potentially screw up again. Earlier, I mentioned that the Kushner company had been the subject of a lawsuit, and I had some looks. I just wanted to share very briefly, in 2022, just now 3 years ago, barely, Maryland Attorney General Brian Frush settled the lawsuit with the property management company owned by the Kushner family. Settlement was over allegations that the company charged illegal fees, failed to maintain the property. The lawsuit alleged that Westminster Management failed to maintain properties, including properties that had mold, leaks, and rodent infestations. The lawsuit alleged Westminster property deceived prospective tenants by showing them model apartments that were freshly painted with new appliances. What were the terms of the settlement? The settlement required the Westminster Management and other companies to pay $3.25 million in civil penalties and restitution. The restitution potentially paid restitution to thousands of current and former residents of these developments. I want you guys, as you guys should, be aware of who you're getting into a relationship with. And we ask you to please think about this. You have an opportunity to be a turning point in Perth Amboy's history today. A huge turning point, for good or for ill. And when you walk away, I hope that you guys can look at yourselves in the mirror and hold your heads high that you voted the right way on this. And just before walking up, I got a little note passed to me for the attorney for MedApparel, Mr. Goldsmith, that my understanding is that there is a comment on record from the redevelopment agency executive director saying that if this project ultimately proceeds forward, MedApparel must go. That's what I'm told. So that's not from me, but I'm just passing that along.
Thank you.
Folks, thank you all. God bless you.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else?
Ray Calker, 2416 Sunny Oval. We used to have 5 firehouses back in the day. Sadly, that is no more. The former police station used to belong to the WPA. I don't know if anybody knows what the WPA is. And the former industrial company donated the building to the city, and they were the largest industrial company in the city back in the day. Please remove the 3 buildings and the existing house from the plans. Performing Arts Center sounds better of a project along the waterfront to bring back the ferry service to brighten up the waterfront and have that area restudied and relooked at. Crow's Nest Apartments is in bad shape also. The units have leaking ceilings, roofs, and those people do not have a water view from their apartments because Kushner buildings are built in the way. Things have been unthought of, planned out the past 25 years, and now where the YMCA is, that's where the firehouse is supposed to be built, but no. When building Harbor Town, Mucci mentioned building a firehouse on High Street and Whole Avenue. That did not happen. Caba's administration should know better of having transparency. The city should stop neglecting the history, and this type of investment project does not belong here. Blueprints of the plans do not look right. They look ridiculous. Some redevelopment agency people should be replaced. There's no communication in City Hall, and I would think the kids, I think the city would want the kids off the streets and in schools to be in programs and learn positive things, to become good people, and the city should start caring about the city's history. Police saved the building and donated to the city, to the building. As Caba says, becoming mayor, they continue to try new ideas and invest and relive our local history and embrace it. This is not a hard decision, as Russell O'Reilly would say, save the building. Now, this is Detroit. They're restoring an old building. they're in way worse condition than the former police building, and if they can do that, then Perth Amboy should restore the old police station and bring it back to former glory. It has potential. It is a perfect fit for new purpose for the community, and hopefully it's included for next year's so-called 250th anniversary and future and past and future people of the city to tell this building's story and provide additional resources to the city and preserve the history and save the firehouse. There is a house being built on Eagle Avenue. It looks nice. The city should be building more homes of that style. And I think the city could knock down the first aid squad and build 3 or 4 homes there, the type of homes that's built on Eagle Avenue. Save the firehouse, reopen that, use the $500,000 grant money for improvements, update the building. If you're gonna add more apartments, then the fire department might have to add a 4th ladder truck, which is pretty crazy. I don't know if anybody understands that. They're supposed to have 3 ladder trucks, and currently they don't. They only have 1 active, and the other one is reserved, which is ridiculous because the city is wasting money and time on other stuff when the fire department needs equipment, and their ladder truck is coming in 2028, what I hear, from 2018. So it's a 10-year age gap of not having equipment to serve the city. That's unacceptable, and the city willed it, and now CABA, they should have gotten that done already. But no, you're wasting money on trolleys, parks, $400K on ShopRite cards, churches and nonprofits, $1 million there. Not everybody on that list deserves money on that list. I can tell you that right now. The history is at stake. This is the last building that symbolizes what the city was built on, industrial revolution legacy. And those people, those workers, they needed to make money. They needed to go to work. And that company donated the building to the city to have the police station. And unfortunately, Mayor Voss and the mayor before him did not update the building. Fire, EMS, and police should have stayed on High Street. But now here we are because nobody knows where the firehouse is on New Brunswick Avenue because you can't see it from New Brunswick Avenue because the YMCA is there. The firehouse is supposed to be there. But no. Now you got a school there. Now you got teachers parking in the fire department's parking lot. That's why they had to have the arms to block, teachers from parking in the parking lot. If they would have stayed on High Street, the fire department wouldn't need to worry about their personal cars being parked and issues with their parking lot. The firehouse on High Street is big enough. You got the parking lot, you got the building itself, and if you're adding more apartments, then possibly adding a 4th ladder truck, you got to hire more guys. I don't really get the money for that. But High Street Firehouse is big enough if you could add a 4th fire truck. Please save the history. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Jane Whitkin, 37 Lewis Street in Perth Amboy. I spoke before for 5 minutes, so I'll only speak for a couple. As an increasingly old urban planner, when I hear in a development project the use of the term urban renewal, it is only to denigrate the city in which that project will be located. Urban renewal is an old term that I hate to hear now. Second thing I wanted to say is that banner says, "We are a city of history, city of the future." The motto used to be, "City of history, city of firsts." Interesting that it doesn't say that anymore. The city of the future seems to be a city of warehouses and bad projects. Let me just tell you a few of the firsts, and then I'll stop. It was the colonial capital of East Jersey. It was where the Bill of Rights was first signed, where the first black voter after the Civil War voted. It has the oldest Episcopal parish in the state. It has the oldest continuously functioning city hall in the nation. And it is the only existing royal governor's mansion. So think of that and think of why the motto changed. The third thing is that one speaker just spoke about going back to the bargaining table, which obviously should happen, but it should be noted that the city law director is also the bargainer-in-chief for para with Kushner. If that doesn't present a conflict of interest, not even the Outer Bridge Crossing can help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Daniel Gonzalez, 129 High Street, just about 2 or 3 blocks away, about the same distance we are from the planned Kushner project. Unfortunately, we're stuck with Kushner. It is what it is. They own that property, and they've owned that property for a long, long time. In these times, it's tough to be stuck with Kushner with all the negative things that they say about him, and all the negative things that come as a result of prior projects. We're stuck with them. Right now, Kushner, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, only pays $113,000 in taxes to the city of Perth Amboy. Let me repeat it. Kushner right now, if he leaves that piece of property there in perpetuity, would only be paying $113,000 in taxes a year. I know that I've rode since when I was a child. I've been here 47 years. I rode my bike, down the Esplanade that way. And down the Esplanade that way. When I go down Sadowski Parkway, it reaches all the way to what's going to be the Borinquenier Park, which is something that we have to look forward to. And eventually, the Esplanade is going to go farther than that, and it's going to reach all the way to the bridge. I'm not sure what the bridge is called, the Victory Bridge. It's going to reach all the way there. Which one is it? The Victory Bridge. So it's going to reach there eventually. In this project for the Kushner property, it appears that the Esplanade is going to continue from Smith into Washington Street. It appears that there's going to be 5,000 feet of retail space. It appears that there's going to be parking, a park for children, as well as a dog park, as well as things that are going to beautify that waterfront that we love so much. I know when I go that way and I look at the waterfront, I'm happy with it. But as I continue to walk or bike or drive by the Kushner property as is in front of Meadowbarrow, it's disgusting. So we need to do something, right? And I think that, unfortunately, the sentiment here is that the progress with this particular property is a bad one. My house is on High Street, and many of the people at the current landings, if these apartments, these 602 apartments are built and they rent and they make money, it's gonna increase the value of all of our properties in a good way. So the original property, does anyone know how many units were supposed to be there? It was 2,200 in 2000, or when it originally started. It was 2,200 different units. It's been pared down to 602, which means that we're not going to explode as it was supposed to explode under Voss. It's going to be tempered. $1.2 million is going to be paid in lieu of taxes for at least the first portion of the agreement of this pilot. 1.2 million a year seems to me that it's almost 10 times more than the 113 that we're getting. That sounds good to me when I look at it. Now, I don't want some people in this room to not see the development of that property because we're getting older. I want to see that property developed, and I think I've seen the plans, and it looks beautiful, and I think it will help Perth Amboy's view. It will draw more people to Perth Amboy, and instead of driving by that blight place that's there now, they'll drive by beautiful, styled apartments where there's going to be a whole new group of beautiful people that appreciate the waterfront living there. So for me, it's a hard job for you all to be up there tonight, especially with all this pressure, right? I can say I voted for all of you guys, and I'm going to vote for you guys again because I know each one of you individually, and you're good people, and you care about Perth Amboy. Vote your conscience, that's all.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Just to make a point.
Okay. The person on the mic
Yes.
deserves
I just
respect.
want to make a point about Kushner taking.
I'm sorry, did you say your name and address? I'm sorry.
Olga Vargas.
Okay.
Regarding the
Address?
waterfront area. I'm sorry.
Did you say your address?
Again?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Every time you come to the mic, you...
358 Rector Street.
Okay, that's
apartment
fine.
509.
You don't
Okay.
have to say
So
the-
the thing is that we are talking about the quality of the service that Mr. Kushner brings to the city. I can see that the area of the waterfront is neglected. It's filthy. It's not clean. Nobody cares about that area. Every time I ask the city to please clean it up, they say, it's private property. We cannot go there. Is that true? Well, somebody at that office with Mr. Kushner has to do something about that. The handrails are loose. The seatings, they don't have even the bricks there. So what are we talking about here? Please, I les pido por favor that you are taking notes the whole time. Please, when you sit at the negotiation table, please think about everything you just heard here, because that's information for you to negotiate the whole thing. Looking forward to see that happening. I'm really moved by all these people talking to you because you are our representatives. And I was appalled that not even one of you said, you know, I don't agree with that. I have to think about this. But they are like, yeah, no, yeah, like it's tough for us to understand why you are given such a great tax break. Maybe somebody will explain this right now. I don't know. But that's what I wanted to say. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Stephanie Brasida, 274 Davidson Avenue. In relation to the fate of our historic resources, I would like to read to you part of an ordinance that in 2022, you sitting here voted for and approved. The city of Perth Amboy finds and declares that the quality of life in Perth Amboy cannot be maintained or enhanced by disregarding the historical and architectural heritage of the city and by countenancing the destruction of such cultural assets. The historic heritage of the city is among the most valued and important educational, cultural, and economic assets. As a matter of public policy, the protection, enhancement, perpetuation, and use of improvements of special characters or aesthetic interests or value is a public necessity and is required in the interest of the health, prosperity, safety, and welfare of the people. Therefore, the city of Perth Amboy wishes to provide for the protection of historic districts, sites, structures, and other landmarks and open spaces within the city in order to protect and improve the quality of its environment through identification, recognition, conservation, maintenance, and enhancement of historic districts, sites, structures, and other landmarks and open spaces that constitute or reflect distinctive features of the political, economic, social, cultural, or architectural history of the city and its distinctive physical features, safeguarding the city's history, aesthetic, and cultural heritage as embodied and reflected in such historic districts, sites, structures, and other landmarks and open spaces, foster appropriate use and wider public knowledge and appreciation of such historic districts, sites, structures, and other landmarks and open spaces, foster a sense of community and a feeling of civic pride in the beauty and noble accomplishments of the past, enhance the city's attractiveness to heritage tourism and other visitors, and increase the support and stimulus to business and industry thereby provided. make the city more attractive, and encourage residents to remain in Perth Amboy, as well as attract new residents, strengthen the economy of Perth Amboy, and stabilize and improve property values herein, promote the use of landmarks for the education, pleasure, and welfare of the people of Perth Amboy and its visitors, prevent the unnecessary demolition and destruction of our historic resources, and promote adaptive reuse when feasible, prevent the destruction of archaeological resources that could yield useful information about the history and heritage of the city, state, and nation, resist and restrain environmental influences adverse to such purposes, and encourage private and public effort in support of such purpose, and by furthering such purposes promote the public welfare, strengthening the cultural and educational life of the city, and make the city a more attractive and desirable place to live and work. Approved by you, this is the promise the city made to its residents and tasked the HPC to carry out. When the city and the city council destroys our historic resources, you both break that promise. You have the power to renegotiate the agreement and save our historic resources. And if you think that our historic resources can't be reused, take a look at Rahway. They repurposed their old public library as a new gallery space and already have an exhibition. You have to be willing to fight for us and our historic resources. Renegotiate the agreement and protect our historic resources. Remember, when you destroy our historic resources, you destroy our history, and you can't get that back.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Real quick, Reverend Donna Stewart, Perth Amboy Area Branch of the NAACP. Thank you again for listening. I learn so much when I come to these meetings. I learn a lot from listening to people, civics and information history. And looking right here is Thomas Mundy Peterson in recognition of who he is and what he did. And it is Black History Month, and he was the first Black person to vote and to be counted after the 15th Amendment. And he was going about his merry way, just doing what have you, and was notified that he could vote. And there were people who were opposed to him voting because he was a Black man. I encourage you all to have the courage, even if you have to stand alone, to vote no. Someone talked about Perth Amboy being the city of firsts. Be the first to say no. Don't be afraid to say no to this project, whether you table it or just vote no. The passion, the compassion, I think it's very important. It's also, there's power in property, and there's power in the ports. Don't give this person the power of our ports and our property, which is rich in history, it's rich in culture, and it's obviously rich financially, for them to gain. Find a new way. I don't know what the answer is, but I know that he is not the answer, so I encourage you all to please think about being the first to say no. When the time comes for a vote, don't be afraid to say no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm so glad I'm here and not there. So Lisa Nanton, 32 Gordon Street. So myself, my 4 siblings, and my 29 cousins were all born in Perth Amboy. And I'm the only one who came back because I just love it here. And so in 1977, I'm not going to give you my biography, but in 1977, when my first husband passed away, we owned a home in Manalapan, 5 bedrooms on 5 acres, and I sold it for $65,000, and then I started hunting in Perth Amboy for a house, and the closest thing I could find for $65,000 was maybe a 3-bedroom house with no land. I bring that point up because every inch closer to New York City is more valuable property. And so the most valuable things that we deal with are time, land, and then money is third. So it's no mistake that that land was grabbed when it was. But, so when I was sitting where you are, I remember the law director gave us a contract we were supposed to vote on, and that contract had us giving our beachfront property away for free in perpetuity. I couldn't believe it. Well, neither could the rest of the council, so we voted it down. Packed room with people that were enticed to come to argue, and you know, we got yelled at, we got screamed at, but then the second contract came up, and that was from this law director to sell our industrial property for $10 an acre. I said, who came up with $10 an acre? Nobody could answer that, so we vote that down. So my point is, I think all the years that I've been back here, my frustration is nobody understands how valuable our property is, and we have to stop giving it away for dumb reasons. On the planning board, for the last 4 years, almost all the applicants that came before us wanted to build single-family homes. And on little lots, you know, they were squeezing them in any place they could because people want to stay here, they want to raise their families here, and they want to live in homes. And so, unfortunately, I think the law favors developers, and that's part of the problem. So I just got a flyer today from the 19th District wanting to know what we want them to do. Well, I think they need to adjust those developers' laws because it sticks the cost a lot of times on the municipality. But, so when we were on the council, we did vote Kushner's projects down twice. Every single one we voted down became uglier and cheaper. And that's his mantra, because he is a revengeful, spiteful, grouchy old man. And he's not going to be around 35 years from now, so I don't understand the push for that. But according to the ordinance, it just says long-term tax exemption, so I don't see how you can legally vote on that when it doesn't state the number. It's not a legal document. And I also, we talked about the Northgrave firm. Mr. Northgrave was Kushner's attorney when I was on the council. So there's a lot of, you think that would help us, but so far it hasn't. So I just want you to realize that we are in a period of like criminal corruption cancer. The country's suffering from that. And criminal cancer can't become the norm. So I'm just asking you, because this will be the nail in Perth Amboy's coffin if we just put these apartments there. It's Kushner's property, but Kushner doesn't own us. We are in charge of what he's allowed to do. And so far, everything he's given us sucks. So, vote no, vote it down, and send him back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, I need a motion to, oh, okay, she's up.
Hello.
Name and
Whenever you're
address,
ready.
please.
Iman Aga, and I live in 40 Fayette Street. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council and my fellow residents. At first, I wasn't going to speak at this meeting, but like many of my fellow residents were inspired to stand up and speak up, so will I. I just want to remind all of my fellow residents that we have choices. I encourage the council to do the right thing, but as an attorney, I want to remind everyone who is present that we have choices, and we will move accordingly. And we will use our town elders, we will use our historians, we will use our builders, we will use our teachers, and we will use every resource that we have to do the right thing if you guys don't. So do the right thing. Listen to your people.
Thank you.
William Petrick, 790 Harnett Street. You know, one of the prior speakers, we have compulsive liars and pathological liars, and we have defense attorneys who defend criminals, murderers, and they come up here and they think the Kushner Project is just a blessing and a great thing, and we can't do anything about it, which is a lie. He hasn't done anything with that property in decades. It's very simple. You take the property away from him. He's a developer who hasn't developed. One. Two, the property that he has developed, he did shoddily, and he didn't stand up and fix the problems. He pointed fingers at his subcontractors. You can take the rest of the property away from him. You just have to have the courage to do that. And I hear people back here, you know, other people coming to the mic saying that table it. No, don't table it. No, I want to see 5 courageous people vote this nonsense down. This is ridiculous. I want to see 5 people, when the public is done speaking, all vote no. We've done it when we sat up there. We voted no, because it's not good for our community. This does nothing for our community. It's enriching a guy that lives down in Florida who has no care or concept of Perth Amboy. It's just another place to make some money. And none of that is benefiting us. This pilot doesn't benefit the city of Perth Amboy. We get nothing out of this, nothing. We're giving a huge, monstrous tax break to Charlie Kushner, a convicted felon. And why did he get convicted? He set his brother-in-law up with a prostitute, filmed it to give it to his sister so that he could break up their marriage. Okay, he's a scumbag. He's a sleaze. You should not be dirtying your hands doing business with him. You know, you got Bill Northgrave, a member of that attorney group there, that is making money off of this. He's making money off of each of the pilots. That's why he's pushing it. And of course, he's tied in with Kevin McCabe. You know, don't do business with Charlie. Vote this down and then work at taking the property away from him. Why is it at the other end of High Street, Rector Street, Water Street, we've got mansions, we've got the highest tax bracket in Perth Amboy on Water Street, facing the bay. You look across from the property that you want to give to Charlie Kushner, and you see multi-million-dollar houses in Staten Island. But here, all you can think about is building cheap apartment buildings. We want to increase the population of Perth Amboy, because of course they're all going to vote Democrat, right? Maybe not. Maybe not. But why do you want to overpopulate our 4.5 square mile town? Build single-family homes. Yeah, maybe build big homes. We are out of balance. We have too many apartments already. Our sewer, nobody speaks of this. Our sewer system is over capacity. They can't handle this. Charlie Kushner doesn't want to build storm sewers. He wants to dump all the storm water in our sanitary sewers, so the rest of the taxpayers here in Perth Amboy are going to pay to have that volume pumped over to Sayreville to be processed through the sewage authority. Okay, but you're going to give him a multi-million-dollar tax break. But he doesn't want to even spend a penny on storm sewers. How about our water? We're blending our water from Runyon Water Works now, because we have clean wells and contaminated wells, but we don't have enough water from the clean wells to supply the city. So now we blend the water so that the contaminants in that water drop to a level below state regulations, so that people here in Perth Amboy can wash in it, wash their food in it, and drink it. But we're going to build 600 plus apartments. So we're going to use up more water capacity that we don't really have anymore. And you're going to let that happen? No, you should vote this down. Take the property away from him and then auction it off to smaller developers who are willing to build nice buildings, single-family homes or duplexes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, I need a motion to close public portion.
Move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Okay. We heard everything that had been mentioned tonight, and now I would like to call on NW Financial to come and go over certain things that have been explained here from the public, and he can present to you what is at stake right here, okay?
Thank you. Good evening, council members and city residents. My name is Daniel Banker, and I work with NW Financial Group as the city's financial consultants. What you can see on the screen right now is a 30-year comparison to confirm the pilot is 30 years. I know it was mentioned several times that the pilot was 35 years, but this is to confirm that the pilot is a 30-year term. So on the left side of the screen, what you see is the current taxes being generated by the subject property. All of the lots combined result in a total tax amount of $320,000, of which the city receives about 60%, or $190,000. So over a 30-year term, we're assuming that taxes increase by 2% a year. So if the property remained undeveloped as is over that 30-year term, it would estimate $13 million in taxes, of which 7.7 would go to the city. Now, if you look at that same comparison on the right, that is the currently proposed and what's being considered terms of the financial agreement. You'll see that in the early years, the number increases drastically, and that's because of the lease up. There are 600 plus units here. It is going to take time for those units to lease up and rent up. So if you look at year 4, which is what we're considering as the stabilization year, when 95% of the units are occupied, the gross pilot is estimated to be about 1.25 million, of which the city will receive 95%, which is equivalent of 1.2 million. So you'll see, as compared to what the site is currently generating, in that first stabilized year, the city will receive $1 million more than it would undeveloped. Another thing that I'd like to point out is the developer is assuming quite aggressive rents, and because it is based on a percentage of revenue, it's unclear if those rents will be achieved. So part of the negotiation was to include a minimum, regardless of where the rents end up. So the numbers that you see under the gross pilot column, those are minimums. Those are guaranteed pilot amounts that will be paid each year. And if the rents are higher than projected, those numbers will go higher.
Okay. Because to clarify certain things that were mentioned, and I know that everybody is saying, go back and negotiate. How many times have you been negotiating? I know you came in front of us before. We kind of gave you tasks to follow, and you went back and came back. So I just want to know more or less the negotiation, how it went.
Yeah, absolutely. So I personally have been involved for, I believe, 3 years. So there's been several conversations back and forth between NW, the city, the developer, and we've come a long way in terms of where the terms of the financial agreement are today as compared to the original request. What I will say is, as mentioned in my presentation several months ago, we take a look at all of the numbers in the pro forma, all of the assumptions, project costs, expenses, rent projections, cap rates, interest rates, and we focus on what the appropriate return to the developer is, and we base our pilot terms on that. So based on that analysis, we determined this project is not financially feasible under conventional taxes. Based on all of the metrics we use, internal rate of return, yield on cost, net project value, if this project was required to pay full conventional taxes, it would not happen. So when considering that, we then take a look at the pilot scenario, length, percentages, and even under the pilot terms as they stand now, the projected returns require rents that are higher than what the city of Perth Amboy currently shows as available listings. The costs are somewhat aggressive cost assumptions, and it still results in returns that are at the low end of what is considered typical market returns for a project that costs $200 million. So we believe that the current structure as it stands today will, one, be a financial benefit to the city, and two, will allow the project to move forward.
Thank you. He's speaking. You had your chance to speak what you needed to. He's just presenting you with what you were bringing us. So he's presenting what the pilot itself presents. That's all we are doing. No. Please, please, please. You got your chance to speak. Let him explain what he has to. No, sir?
Yes.
Please, you had your chance, you spoke twice, aside, and then you spoke your mind, what you feel, and now he's responding to whatever you presented. And I need your respect for him. Excuse me. So, anything else? Any question?
Nothing else unless the rest of the council has any
The
questions.
council has any question? I know we have spoken many times, but if you do, please do.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
I had a question. How did you come up with this calculation? What formula was used? Can you discuss a little bit of that?
Sure, and is that in relation to like the developer's returns or the pilot terms themselves?
Both.
Okay.
Thank you.
So as it relates to the developer returns, what we look at three different metrics. We look at net project value. Net project value is the difference between what it costs to build and the value of the project once it's stabilized. So if a project is worth less when it's completed than it costs to build, that's the first red flag that suggests that the project is not financially feasible. Why would someone build a project that costs $200 million that is valued at 160, for example? That's one metric. Second metric is internal rate of return. That accounts for the amount of equity that goes into a project, in this case, upwards of 60 or $70 million on that $200 million project cost, and compares the annual cash flow every year for 10 years and assumes that the project is going to be sold after year 10. So that internal rate of return is the average rate of return based on that equity amount versus what you sell the project for. That typical market rate of return for IRR is between 10 and 15%. Under conventional taxes, it's close to 0%. And then yield on cost is also another metric to look at returns. That's in any given year. Typically, you look at the first stabilized year and you look at NOI divided by project cost. Typical market rate of return for that is between 6 and 7%. Under conventional taxes, that number is 4.7. Lastly, there's debt service coverage ratio, which is potentially the most important metric because it determines if a lender will be willing to provide the necessary funding to complete the project. Lenders right now don't lend below a 1.2 coverage ratio. What that means is the project needs to generate 120% every year of what the annual debt service is to pay back that loan. Under conventional taxes, the debt service coverage ratio would be below 1, meaning they would not generate enough cash flow to even pay off the debt service. So when you turn to the pilot scenario, the only line item that changes is instead of paying conventional taxes, your pilot line item is reduced, and that in turn increases the project cost, so generating potentially a positive net project value. Now, instead of being worth 160 million, the project is worth 208. When it comes to the IRR, that increases from that low 0% to 6%. And again, that's under the pilot as it stands today, when the typical market IRR is between 10 and 15. Yield on cost goes from 4.7 to low 6%, 6.2. So again, at the low end of that 6 to 7% target. And the debt service coverage ratio goes from under 1 to 1.25. So those are terms that allow the project to move forward when looking at net project value, internal rate of return, yield on cost, and debt service coverage ratio.
Thank you.
No problem.
Anybody else?
Well, I just wanted to just make sure I clarify, just in simple terms so that everyone does understand. Currently, sitting there, that property not being developed, we are barely making any money from taxes because we are just, like Mr. Gonzalez, Daniel Gonzalez said before, about 100,000 per year, right? So I just want to make sure that we understand that tax exempt does not mean we're losing money for the city. Is that correct?
That is correct. And
Now, hold on.
the only thing I will say is, so right now, that number is not 100,000, it's 320, of which the city receives 190. But again, that is much lower than what the city would receive under the proposed pilot.
Underdeveloped. Okay. Now, also understand that the city is actually going to be making more money under the pilot program, as opposed to traditional or conventional taxes.
So that is not the case. So if this project was to pay conventional taxes, the city's share would be greater than under the pilot.
Right, that's what I meant.
However, the idea of this project, as mentioned earlier, paying conventional taxes, it is unlikely that this project would move forward under conventional taxes. So although that is a comparison that is looked at, it's really for illustrative purposes only because that scenario doesn't really exist.
And also, being that it would be a pilot, the administration can make the decision along with the council to allocate some money to the schools so the schools can somehow get some kind of money for it. So it's not really losing money for the schools.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear your question. Can you repeat that again?
Well, if they would, allow us to, we allowed them to speak. Now I wish they would allow us to speak. So my question was, the administration, along, with they can allocate some portion of the money. The administration with the council will allow, we can come up with a certain amount of money to allocate for the schools, whatever we wish them to use it for.
Yeah, I believe so. If the council chooses to do that, I believe you can do that on an annual basis.
That is a decision on the council, not the administration. It's a decision on the council.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
And just to clarify, that's not something you'd put into a pilot agreement. So what's in the agreement can't say anything about the schools. That's something that comes from the council.
Thank you. Okay, any more questions?
Yes, so speaking of, in terms of decision-making, I know that the council president did mention negotiations. So we did table this project from last year. In terms of the specific plans, and please correct me, administration, and correct me if I'm wrong, our power is in terms of approving the pilot. There's only so much, we have tried negotiation. Has there been any changes, or is it the same exact plan? Just because there's some people who are new today as opposed to last year. So in terms of the specific plan, if you can just clarify that, because I know in the past, not today specifically, but that question was asked.
So you're talking about the plan about the project itself,
project
not
itself.
the terms.
Exactly.
So I don't believe there have been significant changes to the project itself, at least since I've been involved. But obviously, this spans over many more years than I've been involved. So since the beginning, it sounds like it was a much larger, more dense project. But for the time that I've been involved, it's pretty much stayed the same in terms of the project itself.
In terms of other questions, does it go through you, apart from financial, such as I know what was mentioned was water specifically, any complications? Would that go through you, or is there another representative?
So we haven't, NW doesn't do that type of study. I'm not sure who at the city or, what professionals would be able to provide that information. So as it relates to water, we did not do an analysis related to that.
And then my next question, I know I have asked this before. I did live in the Landings when I first came into council, so it would have been a biased approach, but now I don't. How is the accountability different? And I know that this was asked last year as when we did have this. How is accountability different in terms of managing the storefronts? And I know what was mentioned was the gym. So how was that different from the specific condo association towards the plan of this?
So I'm not sure I can answer that question. As it relates to something that the developer will be required under the financial agreement is to ensure that the appropriate pilot amount is being paid each year, because it is based on a certified, or it's based on an annual gross revenue. They will be required to submit an annual audit. I know that doesn't answer your question, but as it relates to financially making sure that they are paying the right amount, every year they will be required to submit a certified audit by an independent auditing firm that identifies the annual gross revenue every year, so that if there is an annual true-up necessary, meaning that they would owe additional amount, the city would be able to identify that and send an additional bill. But as it relates to making sure that they are following the guidelines as it relates to the storefronts and things like that, I think that would probably be described in the redevelopment plan and the redevelopment agreement. However, I don't get involved much in that document.
Just to answer the first question you asked, Dan, underneath the redevelopment agreement, Kushner is in charge of all infrastructure upgrades. So if there's necessary upgrades for the water or the sewer, that is something they have to handle under the redevelopment agreement.
Perfect. And then I know there were probably towards you, questions, of course, with traffic, and I know that comes after project is approved, the traffic studies and all of that for that area, because I know that is a concern regarding congestion in that area.
Yes, Councilwoman, they still have to go to the planning board.
Yes,
And
yes.
at that point, that's when things like the traffic studies would come in, and they
Just
would-
want you to reiterate like what usually, so that way, just
Yes.
so people know what's in our control, what's in planning board's control,
Yeah, that's
just in
the-
case those don't know.
Yeah, that's usually at the traffic, I'm sorry, that's usually at the traffic studies or at the planning board.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions?
And
No, excuse me. Is the public session is already closed?
Mr. Gold, no.
No.
Questions about the master lease, none were answered.
Excuse me.
Affordable housing.
No.
Excuse me.
No,
No.
Mr. Goldsmith.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
I'm sorry.
I just said thank you,
Wait,
everyone.
hold on.
Okay.
Did you have?
two questions, last one I do agree with, I know that what was brought to us, are you able to speak about the affordable housing?
Yes, so as part of the agreement, and that's just been worked, actually, Ms. Vasquez is here, and she helped with that, if you want to come and speak to the
Sure, yeah.
affordability.
I know she explained to us, but a few
Yeah,
others had questions.
She can answer it much better than I can, so. And for those who don't know, Ms. Vasquez is the director of the redevelopment agency.
So I didn't hear all of the questions in regards to affordable housing, but I can speak to the ordinance and to the contribution that's in the redevelopment agreement. The ordinance that creates a set-aside or inclusionary zoning was amended and includes language, Jessica should have this language as well, that projects that already had redevelopment agreements and/or designation were excluded from that set-aside requirement. So this project was one of those projects excluded from the set-aside requirement. In regards to the contribution, that was something that while we were working with the Fair Share to get to get our declaratory judgment approved by the courts, Fair Share had to support our project. And we had folks from different organizations, including Make the Road, YMCA, the Jewish Renaissance Foundation, those organizations that we work with closely here in Perth Amboy with affordable housing. We had multiple calls with them and Fair Share to come up with a contribution that would be acceptable. And everyone agreed that the $1 million would be used not for our trust fund, but to address issues that cannot be paid for with our trust fund. So our current trust fund pays for rehab projects, affordability assistance, and energy upgrades. Affordable housing specifically, the contribution that we will be receiving here was made on recommendations from Fair Share and from the organizations that I mentioned to address issues such as legal assistance for our residents who don't make enough to represent themselves against landlords with illegal rent increases, et cetera. So these $1 million will be used for affordability assistance for projects that are not listed in our development fee trust fund.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else for Ms. Vasquez?
No.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then another point was raised. One fact that we can't negate is that the Kushners do own the property, and it was mentioned previous meetings, this meeting as well. What is the process, if any, to just give it, if you can address that?
So the Kushners own the property.
Yes.
It's their property.
Yes.
We would have to have a valid public purpose to just take property away from someone. And it's not something that is easily done, and it's not something that I think the Kushners would fight,
I was just
would fight
just
the
so-
project if we tried to take it by eminent domain.
Thank you.
I know there was some concern, and I know that there's some people here from the Kushner group, and maybe if they can come up and address certain concerns. You already had your chance to present your concern. Now
Should we have him come here?
okay. Do me a favor, can you sit over here and next to Mr. Green?
This is embarrassing.
Thank you, Council President. I'm Michael Summer, Chief Development Officer from Kushner. And I will first say that I respect the passion of the group. I really do. And the love for the city and the concern for the city is very obvious and evident, and I can't help but respect it, honestly. And I get some of the concerns that have been expressed. Just for the record, we have presented previously before the redevelopment agency. We presented previously before council. People obviously don't recall those, and that's a shame because I wish people had an opportunity to ask questions at that time. What I'll say is there is a lot of history here. And as it relates to the Admiral and the Bayview in particular, I was not at the company when they were developed. I frankly don't know very much about the buildings. We don't manage the buildings. They're condominiums, and therefore they're owned individually by owners. I'm not going to sit here tonight, based on what I've heard and based on what I've heard anecdotally over the years, and claim that the development process was perfect. I'm certainly not going to claim that. But what I am going to say is that today, under my leadership, we are currently developing 10,000 multifamily units, pretty evenly split between New Jersey and Southeast Florida. We have 4,000 units in New Jersey alone that are under construction, and we are frankly looking forward to moving this process forward here in the city of Perth Amboy. A lot of people spoke of the current conditions of the property, and I agree. It is blighted, it is underutilized, it is not a pleasant thing to drive by, and certainly, I'm sure, not to live by or even live in the same vicinity of. The cure for that, frankly, is redevelopment. And the only way to catalyze redevelopment is for a significant investment to be made. And as Mr. Banker just explained, the investment is just not feasible by way of ad valorem taxes. And without the pilot, frankly, the project wouldn't only not move forward because it wouldn't be profitable, it would not be financeable. It's very simple. It's not a matter of someone who has money wanting to make more money, someone who has money being greedy. At the end of the day, it's a business venture. And there isn't anyone in their right mind in this room or anywhere else who goes into a business venture to not make money. So what I'm here to say tonight is you have me here representing the company and representing the leadership of the company, letting you know that we are devoted to moving the project forward. We are devoted to making a significant investment here in Perth Amboy. And I can only tell you that based on the ongoing work that we have throughout New Jersey and Florida, that we are dedicated to making sure that we will develop a first-class luxury product here in Perth Amboy.
Okay. Excuse me. Everybody respected you when you came to the mic. I expect the same thing for everybody else, no matter who it is. You were not interrupted. You were allowed to speak your mind.
We haven't heard from these people.
Okay, now they're addressing the concerns that you brought up.
That's fine. Then let us speak on his behalf.
Okay.
On what he says.
Okay, continue. And I know one of the main concerns that I think the public and the residents have is with this project, what guarantee us that it's going to be taken care of the way it's presented to the community?
Yeah. Look, it's easy for me to offer guarantees, and guarantees are just words. We have a redevelopment agreement, which we're bound by, and that lays out, the financial agreement is an entirely separate document, but the redevelopment agreement lays out the business terms by which we're bound. It's signed, it's in effect. The redevelopment plan is in effect, the zoning is therefore in effect, and the project that we intend to move forward with is as of right as it relates to the redevelopment plan. So you can take my word for the fact that we intend to do something first class here, but you don't have to. The redevelopment agreement has all the protections in there that the city required, and it's a signed document and it's in effect.
Thank you. Please, don't let me take you out. Please. Yes, I can take you out. I mean, you cannot disturb the meeting.
You bring him in last second and we have no right to speak to him?
You spoke.
No, not
Okay.
him. We didn't know about him.
Okay. Excuse me. You spoke. Anybody else wants to ask any question?
No,
Okay.
I think it's just the main concerns that I was asking earlier, the water, the construction, the oversight, the
Yeah.
trust,
I'd love to
blighted
speak.
area.
I appreciate you bringing
But
that
I
back
know
up.
you,
No, I appreciate you bringing it back up. So as someone said earlier, and it may have been Mr. Banker, it may have been the attorney, we're not here tonight, obviously, moving the project forward in terms of the full design and the infrastructure that's required. We have to come back before your planning board, assuming we move forward tonight with a fully designed project that not only has to be approved locally, but has to be approved on the county level and then has to be approved on the state level as well by the NJDEP. So have we undertaken the studies as it relates to the water infrastructure and the sanitary sewer? We've not. That's part of the process that we'll undertake as the project is designed and as we pursue both the local, county, and state approvals.
thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Seeing none? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. So now, I need a motion. I'm sorry, I need a motion to adopt.
Move it.
I need a second.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilwoman
Cruz?
Just wanted to say a comment before I make my vote. So as mentioned earlier, there's two facts that we cannot argue, which is the property does in fact belong to the Kushners. That I know that rebuttal, and that I know it's a fact. It is an eyesore. However, I did live in the landings at one point, and the landings itself is an eyesore. The specific empty storefronts, and as well as the current property as is now. Like, why? This is my opinion, and my personal vote. Why wait to a negotiation, to a contract to now beautify it? Why can't at least maintain it as it is now? So for this point, I do not agree with the current project. As mentioned earlier, there's only so much negotiation that we can do. And I am aware, I am not, how do I explain it? I'm realistic. I know that there's so much we can do in terms of, in terms of development and building. It's not our property, but since I don't have that control and I don't have that power, specifically for this reason, considering the prior and current challenges, I will not go over all of that. I know everybody's mentioned that. You can read it. As mentioned, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for the employees for your presentations, the Kushner team as well. I do appreciate it, and I appreciate everybody's votes, but for that reason, I will respectfully decline and vote no.
Councilwoman Morales?
All right, before I make my vote, I just want to explain my vote as well. Us sitting here, we have a task of making really, really very difficult decisions. I understand that. And it's decisions of making current decisions of things that were decided many, many years ago, which we had nothing to do with. So with that being said, hearing everything that has been going on, this property has been undeveloped for the past, 30 years now, and barely making any money on it. Barely making any money. For me, I would rather move the city forward, make money on this pilot, okay? Make money on this pilot. We're making money on this, okay? We do not, harsh reality, we do not own that property. We cannot just take it away. You own a home. It's not that simple.
Excuse me. Let
It's not that simple.
Councilwoman.
You own a property. I cannot force you to say, give it to me. Sell it to me. No, we cannot. So,
Excuse me.
I think maybe you should start kicking people.
Okay,
Yeah, I think you
can you
have to.
please?
Listen to the council, I want to stop kicking people out of here. Understand?
I don't want to be raising my voice, please. And I respect everyone's opinion. I respect everyone's comments. But I have to make the hard decision to do what I feel is best for the city of Perth Amboy, and I'm going to vote yes.
Councilwoman Peralta? Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time, respect, and attention. Since everyone decided to make their comments first, I will continue the trend. And so it was mentioned earlier that we were put here to lead the community, and that takes a lot of courage. It takes a lot of courage to go through those steps, to stand up, to support, everyone within the community and do what's best for the community as a whole. It's even harder to have to go against some loved ones or friends that you may know in the crowd for the betterment of the community. And so we took an oath to do what's best for the community and to lead the town, and I'm going to stand on that oath, and I'm going to vote yes because it is what's best for the community as a whole. So my vote is yes. What would you vote? I'm sorry. Yes? Yes.
Councilman Puccio?
Well, I'm gonna not comment because whatever I say is just gonna snowball. But to add what some of my colleagues have said, we inherited this mess. And from some of the people that came here today to make the comment, you guys sat up here too. And you know what? Unfortunately, we're stuck with this. You know what? Yes, we are. I'm not gonna get into a tit for tat with you in the audience. You know what? Somebody told me a long time ago that they were gonna hold their nose and they were gonna do what they had to do. Well, I don't agree with this, but I'm voting yes. And you can make all the comments you want, and you can shake your head all you want, okay? But you know what? You're not sitting up here. So, you know, at the end of the day,
Excuse me.
Excuse me?
Unfortunately, we're not, or else we would have made the right decision.
Sure.
You know what?
Or they could have done the bigger part.
It's always easier
and been on this
said
side.
than done. And you know what? And
You think it's easy as it is. It's
your
not
comments
easy.
are inappropriate. Respect these women up here. You may not like what we did, but you know what? Keep it a little civil. You know, we get called names, you call us out. You know what? Everybody got a chance to talk. We didn't say anything to you. And you know what? It is what it is. And you know what? And as far as everything else is concerned, this has been on the table for a long time. And you're coming at the last moment in time.
Okay.
Councilwoman Tejeda.
Okay. It doesn't matter what I tell you. I only gonna tell you, I appreciate your voice. I appreciate what you said tonight, and I listen. And I'm gonna tell you, my position here is to do the best for my town. The town that I know ever since I came to this country in 1974. I live in this town, and I want the best for this town. And we cannot continue having things pushed to the side because we don't want to take the tough decision for the town. The same thing happened with the water. The same thing is happening with this property. And my vote is yes, and it's for you, for the town that I love so much. Okay, let's continue. Agenda, public comment. Citizen may address the council on any matter on the agenda which does not have its own scheduled public hearing. Citizen shall be permitted to speak once for a maximum of 5 minutes. I need a motion to open to the public.
Move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Seeing none, I need a motion. Oh.
You know, I heard a lot of BS here. William Petrick, 790 Harnett Street. A lot of BS. And of course, we have a couple ethics violators up there. that
Okay,
have been prosecuted.
Okay,
and
excuse me,
so we know
excuse
that,
me.
right?
This is about
It's on
agenda
record.
item that doesn't have.
Agenda items.
Yes, go ahead.
Exactly.
That doesn't have
So-
hearing.
So in any case, eminent domain, you can take any piece of property you want in
Okay.
town for a good reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing none, I need a motion to close public. Okay, I'm sorry, I thought you were looking straight ahead.
Can we maybe give a minute for those that are, so that we know
Let's wait
who's-
for the people
yeah.
that are leaving and the people that are staying.
No, but that way we just know who's trying, you know, like who's trying to
I
come.
thought you were just walking out, that's why.
Yeah.
This is just
What I
first
want
reading.
to say is, I've been involved with the city. Oh, it's Christine Dispenseri, the landings, and I'm not going to comment on the landings or anything. But I was a chair and a vice chair of both the planning board and the zoning board. And I know how a meeting's supposed to be conducted, okay? What you did wrong, which is what I think what everybody is upset about, is the fact that you had 3 experts speak after you closed the meeting, and it wasn't open for the public to ask questions. Whenever you have an expert, you're supposed to give the opportunity to the public to ask questions, and you didn't. And they were important experts. You should have had that meeting either reopened for people to ask questions or not. But it's too late now, and that was a major problem. And I don't know what can take place at this point because of the fact that you went against conducting yourselves in a proper manner. And I'm not saying that disrespectfully, but what I'm saying is, if you're having a meeting, and you're having public here, and you open to questions for the public, now all of a sudden you bring in 3 important experts, you need to reopen it for people to ask questions. And I think that's where the disruption came about people getting upset that they couldn't ask questions. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? You cannot speak on the ordinance because that's not the, okay. You have to speak on agenda item.
I just want to say that the other towns in Middlesex County, Ed Sofield, Colgate Avenue, Perth Amboy, the other towns in Middlesex County, every time there's a chance to buy up a piece of property for parking, they have a commission in Woodbridge and Sayreville, Keyport, and the whole state, except for Perth Amboy, and they buy up homes, they buy up businesses, and they provide parking. When Sandy came along, the whole front of the waterfront, the property down by the boats was all wiped out. The people down there were allowed to rebuild, and parking could have been an issue there, where the houses were all condemned, and they were allowed to rebuild those houses. Parking has always been a problem in Perth Amboy. As some of the older people in this room know, that Sears and Roebuck's, 5-car dealerships, everything in Middlesex County came out of Perth Amboy. Perth Amboy has nothing left because of the parking. They never dealt with the parking. So what Woodbridge does and Sayreville does, they have a Kiwanis Club, and they have a group of business people that buy up the properties, and they provide parking. If you go to Keyport, if you go to South Amboy, who's South Amboy? Carteret, all behind the stores, they have parking in front of the stores and back of the stores. We only have street parking. Everybody left Perth Amboy, and you know it, right? Everybody left Perth Amboy. Sears and Roebuck's, the Renaissance, right? I have a doctor at Perth Amboy, Market Street. I can't go there anymore because I got to take an Uber there. The old middle school, which is the old high school, what is it called? Beginner school? I mean, those teachers park there, they park there, and then the doctors are few there. I can't get a parking space. So I'm going to be forced to get another doctor. I'm so glad that Perth Amboy finally got a fishing boat. I'm 73 years old. I went on that boat when I was 5 years old with my grandfather. He took me out there once a week during the summer. People came from all over to go on the boat in Perth Amboy to fish. They came from Jersey City. They came from Somerville because they didn't want to go down Atlantic Canal. Finally, I don't know who got it there, but they did a great job of getting a party boat there for the people in the summer and the kids to enjoy it. But there's still a parking issue, and I wish somewhere down the line you guys might want to deal with a parking issue. And the way to do it is to set up a bank of money with the business people and the mayors of the towns, whatever, how they did it, and you just buy these places up. And Ford's, if you look at Ford's, they built it old. They took an old house, they bought it next to the post office in Ford's. Now you got parking, just as an example. And one other thing, in 1969, those people up there, half of my uncles, my fathers, I see a lot of fathers here, Goldsmith and all these other guys. I see all their dads up there. In 1969, the state of New Jersey took 400 houses from Perth Amboy. They came to my father and said, you got 3 months to get the hell out of here. We lived on Florida Grove Road. My father worked hard. He finally got a nice house on Florida Grove Road in Perth Amboy. And he and 400 other people had to move out. He got, I think they gave us 6 months to get the hell out, and they said that's the right of eminent domain. My father said, I'm a veteran.
I'm sorry, you have to address.
I'm sorry. My father said, I'm a veteran. I was over in Burma and fighting the Japanese. I come back here and you throw me out of my house? He just wanted fair value, couldn't get it. Right of eminent domain. So when you talk about right of eminent domain, it is a real thing. 400 people in this town lost their houses, had to relocate. It was a terrible thing, but it happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Just remember, I want people to speak on agenda item only.
With all respect to the council, if I may, I think they're gonna take this to court. You're looking at a court issue. They're gonna take it to court, they're gonna fight it. I'm only, nothing, I see it coming.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, just let you know.
Stephanie Brasida, 274 Davidson Avenue. You guys were talking about. Stephanie Brasida, 274 Davidson Avenue. You guys were talking about not being able to eminent domain the property, but you were ready to put that up for a vote for Met Apparel. So why is this any different? And personally, I don't approve of eminent domain because you could one day come from my house or my neighbor's house or wherever you want and claim it's for the purpose of the city if you wanted. So I personally don't approve of that, but when I started talking at these city council meetings, I honestly gave you all the benefit of the doubt because I had never attended council meetings before. I've never met any of you before, so I didn't know what to expect. But now I do. When it comes to the fate of our historic resources, I know now that I cannot count on any of you. And I apologize to Councilwoman Cruz. I know you voted no, but it was almost positive that all 4 of the other people would vote yes. And a vote for no from you and BJ, and if Councilman Puccio had voted no, maybe something could have been done to save our historic resources. But now I know that I cannot count on you. I hope you all have a good night.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Good evening, council. I had to run out before I had a small fire, but there was 2 other agenda items that I was tied to. The first one was the PAL Carnival. So it's our 3rd annual PAL Carnival. So something positive for the community, July 2nd to July 6th at Sadowski Park Field. So you're going to approve that hopefully shortly. So on behalf of the PAL, thank you. Also, a side note, the PAL headquarters on Madison, we're now functioning all week long. We just started karate, so a lot of good free programs for the community with 30-plus kid waiting lists to get in. We're doing that. So a lot of other things coming up.
Tutoring as well?
Yeah, tutoring too, yep. And then we're partnered with the YMCA. There's another grant that we're hopefully receiving that had a lot of computer workshops in there too. So it's growing like we promised, but you know, the 3rd annual carnival, that was the only week that the carnival company could get here. So that's why it's that week. And if the fireworks happen that week, they'll just make the waterfront that much more exciting on that Thursday, which would be the day. So that, and then just on behalf of the fire officers, they couldn't be here, but their contract is going to be up for ratification. So thank you to Mr. Green and the mayor and council if you approve it. But it was a fair, quick negotiation. But I think all parties came to a good agreement, and it serves them well. So thank you on behalf of the fire officers because it's late and they couldn't be here. So that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to say thank you for all the things that you guys are doing in PALS. I think it's wonderful.
Like I said, it's just growing and growing, and now that we got the brick and mortar location, and all the utilities finally switched to our name, but like the annual gala and the carnival, like that fully funds our operations, and all of our instructors, they don't take $1, so all the money we bring in now, you know, covers the building, and then we're just able to expand programs. So if there's any volunteers out there that are looking to start our program, you know, they could reach out to President De Jesus, and we could work something out. But if it's going to benefit the kids, we will fund the programs. And boxing, partnering with the city to use the boxing gym, that's also always sold out. So, and you'll see the pictures on the social media of the different stuff going on. It's just good stuff to see. So.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. You want to speak? You just have to come up to the.
I mean, I know you like all.
State your name.
My name's Alfonso Fora.
Say your name and your address first.
Alfonso Fora, 647 Carlock Avenue. I know y'all like approved like the project. I'm not here to debate or argue, but can you tell me in your words how this will benefit the community? Like, not here to argue, just how this will better.
That was the public hearing that we just had, and that's already closed.
Okay.
So in this public portion, you can speak about agenda items that does not have public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry. Anybody else? Seeing none, I need a motion to close public comments.
Move it. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Okay, reports. Fallon Barczewski, tax collector, submitted the monthly report of collections for the month of December 2024. Number 2, Suplee, Clooney and Company LLC CPA report of audit of the Perth Amboy Redevelopment Agency for years ended June 30th, 2024 and 2023. Jill A. Goldie, CFO, Comptroller, submitted the following investment report for the month of December 2024. Number 4, revenue and appropriation status report as of December 2024. Current fund, water, wastewater utility, parking utility, harborside marina utility. Ordinance, first reading, no public discussion. An ordinance of the City of Perth Amboy to amend an ordinance entitled an ordinance designating restricted parking spaces for use by handicapped persons. Ordinance number 380-85, an amendment, adopted July 2nd, 1985, also known as Chapter 255C of the Code of the City of Perth Amboy. And this is about deletion. I need a motion.
Move. Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Cruz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Morales?
Yes.
Councilwoman Peralta?
Yes.
Councilman Puccio?
Yes.
Council President Tejeda?
Yes. Number 2, an ordinance of the City of Perth Amboy to amend an ordinance entitled an ordinance designating restricted parking spaces for use by handicapped persons. Ordinance number 380-85, an amendment, adopted July 2nd, 1985, also known as Chapter 255C of the Code of the City of Perth Amboy, and this is about amendment. I need a motion.
Move it.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Cruz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Morales?
Yes.
Councilwoman Peralta?
Yes.
Councilman Puccio?
Yes.
Council President Tejeda?
Yes. Number 3, an ordinance to amend an ordinance entitled Vehicles and Traffic, ordinance number 194-78, as amended, adopted September 19, 1978, also known as Chapter 414 of the Code of the City of Perth Amboy, and this is about parking near driveways. I need a motion.
Move it.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Cruz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Morales?
Yes.
Councilwoman Peralta?
Yes.
Councilman Puccio?
Yeah.
Council President Tejeda?
Yes. Okay, look over I think we should leave the R88, take it individual, and R89. Those are, the first one is
Oh, those are the ones we have.
the selection for the appointing a person, a member to the zoning
board, yes.
for 4 years. That's the 88.
88.
And R89 is for the alternate, 2
Yes.
years.
Yes.
Okay, we'll pull those separate. Anything else that you want to pull?
81.
81? Okay, anything else?
I'm good.
Everybody? Everybody's good? Okay, so the consent agenda is R67-225 through R80-225, R82-225 through R87-225. I need a motion.
Move it.
Second?
Councilwoman Cruz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Morales?
Yes.
Councilwoman Peralta?
Yes.
Councilman Puccio?
Yes.
Council President Tejeda?
Yes. R81-225, consenting to the appointment of Rose B. Morales to the Perth Amboy Redevelopment Agency for a term expiring on December 31st, 2025. I need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Need a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Cruz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Morales?
Abstain.
Councilwoman Peralta?
Yes.
Councilman Puccio?
Yes.
Council President Tejeda?
Yes. All right. I need, does someone want to
Make a motion.
make a motion for R88, determining on the 2 interviewees that we had today for the 4-year,
I'd like to make a motion
for the
For-
4 years?
for the 4 years for Christopher Alvarez.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Cruz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Morales?
Yes.
Councilwoman Peralta?
Yes.
Councilman Puccio?
Yes.
Council President Tejeda?
Yes. R89, I need a motion to appoint Joe Pawalchuk.
Move
I think
it.
I learned.
Kowalczyk.
To the second,
Alternate.
to the alternate at the 2-year.
I make a motion.
I need a second.
Second?
Councilwoman Cruz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Morales?
Yes.
Councilwoman Peralta?
Yes.
Councilman Puccio?
Yes.
Council President Tejeda?
Yes. Okay. Public portion, 5 minutes maximum per speaker. I need a motion to open to the public.
Move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Against? This is about anything. Doesn't have to be on the agenda. Seeing none, I need a motion to close public portion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Okay, council comments. Councilwoman Cruz?
Good evening, everyone. I know it was a long night, so thank you for those who are still here and those who were here earlier. I want to elaborate on what Councilwoman Morales mentioned with POW. I'm working as well in the school district. I do appreciate the extra addition to the tutoring and the extra support services that POW offers, as it offers great benefits to our students, to our parents. Additionally, I did attend with Councilwoman Morales the tattoo shop grand opening. It was absolutely beautiful, the entire ambiance. I am so proud, and I hope that, I know that Councilmember Torres, when he was here, I know he was a big advocate for that, but the entire council definitely voted for that as well. And as Black History Month is approaching, please look at the city website for the different activities that will be happening, especially in the library, as the library does have a lot of great activities. So keep in touch with Facebook, the website. And then lastly, I just want to say, I respect everybody, no matter what. And I love my city. And regardless of how I vote, I just want the best and to maximize, the optimal potential of what our city could be. That's pretty much it. Once again, thank you all and have a good night.
Okay, Councilwoman Morales?
Good evening, and thank you, everyone. It was great to see so many people here tonight and voice out their opinion. I just wish that every council meeting would be like that, and everybody would come and hear exactly what's going on. And not only the council meeting, I would appreciate if people would come to all the other board meetings, the planning board, the zoning board, the para, and get more informed about what is actually happening in the city. These things that are coming up to us actually goes to the boards prior. So you could have your say there at that time, and also here at the meetings, the council meeting. So it's out there, it's in the website, so people are informed. And unfortunately, people just choose to come at the last minute when a lot of things have already been in the process, and it's hard to make changes at that point. So with that being said, it was a very difficult decision. We here in this board, we have to make decisions that have been, like Councilman Puccio has said, have been kicked the can, from one administration and one mayor to another, and we are here making the hard decisions and trying to make the right decision. And it's unfortunately, reality, it's not gonna serve positively for everyone, but we are trying to make the best decision for the majority of our residents. And that's what we are here for, and what we believe. We will make a decision with what we believe is the best for our city. And with that being said, Councilwoman Cruz and I attended the grand opening and the historic grand opening of our first tattoo studio here or in Perth Amboy, and thank you to former Councilman BJ Torres for that. And a really great addition to our business community. Also, just want to say it's Black History Month. There's going to be a lot of events coming up. I believe there's one coming up at the library on the 22nd, I think, if you guys be interested to attend that. And Friday's Valentine's Day, so happy Valentine's to everyone, and good night.
Thank you. Councilwoman Peralta?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to piggyback off of my fellow councilwomen. So today was by far, in my experience, the most people that I've seen here. And I just wish that this was the case every single time that we are here. That way, everyone could have their opinions and be a part of the decision-making and understand the whys we're making these choices. And, you know, even though we may not all agree, we can agree to disagree respectfully. And it's not what you say, it is how you say it. So again, I respect everyone's opinion. I know that we are all here for the greater good of the community because we care and love our community and everyone in it. Also, thank you to PAL for everything that you do. There's so many children in Perth Amboy, and because of everyone stepping in, I know it's not just PAL, other programs, the YMCA, everyone else steps in to do their part, but we really do appreciate everything that everyone does for the children of this community. It makes a difference. Black History Month, there are a lot of events going on. The Puerto Rican Association also has an event the 22nd, if I'm not mistaken. And again, I just wanted to say that we appreciate your thoughts, your concerns, comments, but at the end, we have to do what is best for the community. Everyone may not understand why we have to make these choices or, you know, all the background information, but these choices are made with all the efforts in the world and, you know, thinking of the future and history of Perth Amboy. So thank you so much, everyone, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Councilman Puccio?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not gonna go into a long-winded thing, but I'm gonna just say a couple things. You know, number one, yes, I had an ethics charge. I did. But nobody really knows what that ethics charge was. I got an ethics charge for going to a union meeting. That was my ethics charge. I didn't steal any money. I didn't do any of that. So, you know, when former council members can come up here and take shots at me, right? Remember, he who's without sin may cast the first stone. So, you know, enough said about that. I got my punishment. I took it to trial. They sustained the charge. I wasn't indicted. I wasn't convicted. You don't get convicted of an ethics charge. You don't get indicted with an ethics charge. With that said, you know, as far as the old police station is concerned, what about the dark history of that building? All the people that committed suicide in those jail cells over the course from 1932 to 1980. I know in my time working there, 7 people committed suicide in those cells. So, you know, now that's the other dark side of that. Of all the people that developed cancer that worked in that building, I know of 10 people that died from cancer that worked in that building. And I'm one of the people that developed cancer from working in that building. So at the end of the day, I feel really rich for history, I do. But you know what? There's a dark side to that building. So at the end of the day, you know, we come up here, we make hard decisions. We weren't like former council members that kicked the can down the road or were afraid to make a decision. We made one. And you know what? I held my nose on this one. I'm not too happy about it, but it needed to be done. And that's the hard part about being an elected official, is sometimes you gotta make a hard decision. Unpopular, but they have to be made. And you know what? It's too bad we make these comments at the end. If I started this comment earlier, we'd be here all night, because everybody would be trying to take a shot. So now they can listen on Channel 34. And
unfortunately, they leave before we can make our comments.
in all due respect to the ladies up here, it's not right to disrespect them with your comments. So if you're watching this at home 2 weeks from now, respect these ladies. They respect you. We respect the audience. So next time you come here, bring your A game and be civil.
I have one more comment.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I? Okay.
I'm losing
I just
my
have one
voice.
more quick comment. Being courageous seemed to be mentioned a few times, and you know, I kind of stuck to that theme. And I just want to personally say thank you to our president, Milady Tejeda, and to Councilman Puccio. It is very courageous of them to do this, to take these beatings all the time, to be disrespected, have people giggling, over speaking, and not following the rules of engagement, and sadly, from educated individuals who know the rules of engagement. So I just wanted to personally say thank you for being so courageous, for leading this community, because if not you, then who? Many can say whatever they want to say, but you guys are the ones sitting here, taking the beating time after time, speaking up, making these hard decisions. They might be against everybody else, but because we love our community, want it to sustain itself, to grow, we have to make these choices. So I wish my arms were long enough to hug both of you, but thank you so much for doing this time and time again and being so good at it. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. And tonight, I just want to say thank you for everybody who came up and presented their concern. It's a lot of concern, and I understand. And that's why we brought you the expert at the end to address those concerns that you had. We don't want a back and forth and screaming at each other, because we need answers to what your concerns were. And that's why the meeting works the way it does. Also, like everyone said here, we have to respect our opinion. We listen to you, and many people say, oh, you just sit there. No, we're listening to your concern. We're letting you express what you feel about the subject. But at the end, we do have to make the decision that is good for this town. We all love this town. You love it. You're looking at it from your perspective. We're getting the information that we feel that is the best for our community. And that's what an elected official does. So, and that's what we're doing. Enough is enough to let everything stay still, not make any progress, not move along. We run with the idea of making Perth Amboy a better place to be. And that's why we're making this. We can make a mistake maybe 20 years later, or maybe 10 years later, you might say, you know, that decision that you made, it was wrong. But I'm gonna agree if it is that what happened. Because one thing that I do is my vote is my conscience, and I'm gonna stick to it even if I made a mistake. And I respect Ms. Cruz's vote, because that's what we have to do. That's what we were made. This is how she feels. It's okay. That's her decision. And that only proves that all of us are here making our own choice, not everything that comes, people who come to the mic and express how they feel. They were here, they didn't make decisions, and now it's easy to blame it on us when we make the hard decision that the town needs. So with that, I said, happy Valentine's Day. Happy Black History Month. It's something that we should really be proud of. Yes. That our first voter, Black, African-American person voted here in Perth Amboy. So let's say, yes, we vote for Perth Amboy. And we're here to do the right thing for it. Have a good night. And I need a motion to adjourn.
Move.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Against? Have a good night, everybody. I'm sorry. I see Ms. Vasquez.
I'm sorry?
A little tired over there.